Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Andy, thank you for the 58 months. Yeah, honestly, we can go way further than
Yo
that.
Shift saw you guys made it to 29 on Call of the Dead.
Yeah, 29 with 4 players. We could have gone way further, though. Unfortunately, I was the last alive, and I forgot that I could just get the scavenger out of the box. So I was, like, running around with, like, really shit ping, and, just, like, hoping the crossbow would be enough to survive with no guns. Just stupid. I played it like shit, but like yeah, we're gonna go again soon. We were gonna go again tonight, but it's a little too late. So yeah. Also, that PS3 post, like for some reason, blew the fuck up. So weird. No, I'm fine. I just haven't. Yeah. I just haven't been sleeping full nights. Just like sleeping like half nights twice a day. Alright, so this is the Luigi's Mansion speedrun documentary made by Glitch Doctor with help from HD Lax and Jared's Giants. A couple of guys we've been having on stream a lot recently, like playing Mario Kart and COD. Had them on last night, actually. Tomorrow there's a Luigi's Mansion LTA that I'm going to be helping commentate from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So I'm watching this in preparation to know or jog my memory how to explain the tech to people. So I'll be on the mic with Fi from Fire Dragon. You guys know Fire Dragon. Toward the end of that LTA for the finale at the end when they decide who wins. So we're gonna be watching this. BFB Doc has been like gathering ideas and plans over the last 6 years, but I'm gonna start working on that once the subathon's over. That's what I've been focusing on really. Is a new video on Battle for Bikini Bottom and also getting ready for the subathon in August. But yeah, this documentary it's gotten high praise. Like I've heard a lot of great things about it. I'm looking forward to watching it. And Glitch, as you guys know, he used to be one of my editors for a couple of years. He did my videos through a few years, I think actually. Yeah, he was my editor from 2020 through 2023. And he did a lot of advanced edits in my highlight reels. He's very good at like picking clips and stuff. He's a fantastic editor. So I'm really looking forward to this. And apparently, according to Jared, I think there's like a shout out in here at some point in the credits or something like that, saying that my documentaries on Battle for Bikini Bottom were an inspiration in part to some of the things they did with this. So I'm looking forward to seeing all this. It's an hour and 40 minutes long, so a little longer than part 2 of the BFB history videos. Matter of fact, it's about as long as the part 2 originally was before I cut 10 minutes out of it. So it's a healthy amount of information. So we're gonna watch this, and if we have time later, it'll probably be around like almost 1 a.m. when we finish. We'll have time to play some other games. Maybe if the boys want to play some COD multiplayer, I'm down for that. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just see what happens. So, if it's too loud, just let me know. I'm actually going to put my chat on this screen so I can read it better. Now, I will say as well, I don't want to just sit here and eat chips. Like, I'm actually going to provide feedback on this. I won't do it. I'll try not to do it too much, but I want there to be a reason for you guys to watch the original video from Glitch Doctor. So I'm not gonna just like let it play for an hour and 40 minutes. Like it'll probably take more like a few hours actually to watch the whole thing. It'll take longer than the actual video because I'll be pausing and talking about stuff I think occasionally. Just so, you know, you can't just watch this. Like, you gotta, there's a good reason to, like, watch it again later for Glitch, because, you know, I don't want to take his views. I want to help him get more views. That's the idea. All right. So let's check this out.
During the turn of the 21st century, at-home video gaming consoles had already gained rapid traction and continued to grow in popularity. This is thanks to the successes of consoles like the NES, SNES, N64, and PlayStation.
Okay.
On May 12, 1999, Nintendo officially announced a successor for the N64, which was only known under the project's codename, Dolphin. For the better part of a year and a half, no further news of Project Dolphin was seen much anywhere, and fans eagerly waited to see what Nintendo had in store. It wasn't until August of 2000 that Nintendo officially announced the GameCube. This console packed a punch when compared to its predecessor. Higher CPU speed, more RAM, and arguably the greatest controller of all time. Of course, with the GameCube also came its launch title, which was another entry into the Mario series. Luigi's Mansion. Playing as Luigi, you roam a haunted mansion in search of Mario, who mysteriously vanished while waiting for your arrival. This would be the first instance of Mario himself not headlining a launch title for a Nintendo console.
That's right.
With this in mind, there was an immediate impact on sales of the game, as fans met it with skepticism due to a lack of Mario as the main protagonist. However, Luigi's Mansion still holds up as one of the most memorable GameCube titles of all time, ranking 5th on the list of best-selling titles and now more widely recognized as one of Nintendo.
That's fucking insane, by the way. Like, because there's also context here, I'm sure he'll mention as well, but like, this is very low. Like, this is very low. Because the GameCube did not sell a lot of units. Like, 3 million is like, that's not even that many more units than Battle for Bikini Bottom sold. That's like within a minute, like a million. Like, these are games that, like, if this is the most, I didn't even realize it was this low for like Wind Waker and Luigi's Mansion. That's crazy. Like, Final Fantasy VII sales. That was 1997, right? Yeah, 15 million, right? So like PlayStation 1, 15.5 million units from like arguably the most like esteemed title of the platform. Here's another example. Harry Potter PS1 Philosopher's Stone, right? Licensed game. Just to make sure that I'm right about this. 8 million. Harry Potter sold 8 million on the PlayStation 1. That's more than Super Smash Bros. Melee as an entire game, as the leading game on that platform. So, like, it's kind of crazy, like, how like niche the GameCube was for what it was. And yeah, you had this issue where, like, also, even, like, Mario Sunshine wasn't even, like, it was a controversial Mario game, right? And then this game is, like, right in the middle of all this, right? So, like, it is kind of interesting, but, like, Luigi's Mansion kind of is, like, a cult classic in its own way, despite being a launch title of a main Nintendo console. And that's always been, like, interesting to me, is that, like, it's in that, like, interesting position, you know?
Of Nintendo's most popular series. After the initial release, Luigi's Mansion did prove to be a fun and creative way for Nintendo to show off what their new console was capable of. But aside from an unlockable extra mode and different ranks to achieve, the game lacked much replay value due to its short length and relatively underwhelming storyline. Like many of the classics we've come to know, it didn't take long for a group of passionate players to find ways to bring life back into Luigi's Mansion.
That's little HD, bro. That's crazy. How old is he there? Like 14? Man, that's crazy. I think that's Linkus on the couch. Can you guys see my cursor? No, you can't see it in there. That's wild. What year is this? Is this 2015 or something? I guess he'll talk about it.
It didn't take long for a group of passionate players to find ways to bring life back into Luigi's Mansion through the form of speedrunning. I'm Jared's Giants.
And alongside myself, Glitch Doctor, and our friend HD Lex.
Oh, that's Jared talking. Wow, I didn't even realize that was Jared talking. His voice work is fantastic there. Good shit.
We'll be covering the world record progression for Luigi's Mansion. Progression, Glitch Doctor.
Form of speedrunning. I'm Jared's Giants.
And alongside myself, Glitch Doctor, and our friend HD Lex, we'll...
No, I actually didn't. His microphone sounds really... His voice and microphone sounded really good there. No. Well, you gotta remember, like, this is like... There's like a... How long? Like a 4-year period where Jared and I aren't talking, right? Like... Nah, he sounds really good here, yeah.
be covering the world record progression for Luigi's Mansion.
Okay. That is such a
We'll be covering the
crazy
world
edit.
record progression for Luigi's Mansion.
Man, I gotta look at that frame by frame. This is all, yeah, this is all, okay, I do see where the frame goes there. Wow. There's gonna be a lot of this, because I really appreciate that. That's crazy. Yeah, very nice.
In April of 1998, Nolan Flug, otherwise known as Radix, founded the website Speed Demos Archive as a means to merge two websites that offered downloadable replays of speedruns from the classic first-person shooter game, Quake. In March of 2004, the site became dedicated to speedrunning as a whole, featuring over 1,000 different speed games from thousands of players across the world. Many of the classics were quick to be run and uploaded to the site. David Gibbons, aka Marshmallow, was one of the early speedrun legends, having an impact on numerous games such as Half-Life 2, Banjo-Kazooie, and Super Mario 64. As Marshmallow's interest in speedrunning new games continued to grow, he began targeting more games, and in August of 2005, created the thread titled Luigi's Friggin' Mansion on the Archive's forums. Other forum members were quick to share their knowledge of the game and what could be done to optimize the run. Over the course of just a few short days, Marsh would upload minutes-long sections of the game, which would end on August 27, 2005, when he beat Luigi's Mansion with a 1 hour, 33 minute, and 53 second time. This run would be categorized as any percent, which is a standard amongst most speedruns with one goal in mind, which is beating the game as fast as possible with any percentage of completion and no restrictions. This method of speedrunning sections of a game in separate sessions was common for early speedruns, when most runners weren't sure just how long a game would take in one single segment. Considering this was the first ever run, there were bound to be improvements. For starters, Marshmallow's strategy for vacuuming ghosts was simply moving the control stick all over the place, and he also didn't quite prioritize collecting multiple ghosts at the same time.
Yeah, that's pretty.
There were also a number of times throughout the run that he opted to save
as
that
somebody
toad,
who watches
which he would
runs of this
then
game,
use to
that's pretty
transition
rough
into his
gameplay.
next segment.
Like,
the booze
the
that he
time was
collected throughout the
probably
mansion
fucking
also had a tendency to leave rooms,
revolutionary,
and with
though.
the booze in the later
That's
part
what
of
I
the
love
game
about
having higher
speedrunning
health,
documentaries.
that ended up dragging out the run much further, as Marsh would sometimes have to go back and forth between multiple rooms just to collect one boo.
Yeah, really
Now
good
it should
masking
be
here with
noted
the
that these boos are important to collect. Unlike the other types of ghosts, once the boos are released from a trapdoor into the mansion, you will be required to collect a minimum of 40 of them to reach the end of the game, on top of a couple other boo-related locked areas.
Marshmallow didn't exactly keep his disinterest for Luigi's Mansion a secret, given that it wasn't what he came to expect from
The next in the Mario series.
Oh boy.
having felt satisfied enough,
Oh
he
boy.
would go on to run other games to add to his ever-growing collection of achievements. It wasn't long before other forum members began to gain interest in the game and came up with new ways to speedrun it. Radix, the owner of SDA, had wanted to see someone run through the mansion while collecting all the money needed for an A rank. He would do this himself in a single sitting, setting a time of 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 13 seconds. This would be known as the new 100% category. A notable improvement in this run would come in the form of running on the Hidden Mansion mode. The Hidden Mansion is a new Game Plus mode that is only unlocked after beating the game once on the normal mansion.
Yeah, I always found it
In the
interesting
Hidden
they
Mansion,
called that
the vacuum
80%.
is 1.5 times more powerful, allowing for quicker suck-ups on ghosts. Radix would also improve on shooting the moon, or as runners would later coin it, Moonshot, which unfortunately for Marshmallow would take multiple attempts in
This is
his
also the very
segmented run.
beginning, though, Newt.
After Radix's run, the speedrunning scene for Luigi's Mansion went eerily quiet, and it would stay that way for quite a while,
Chat turned on.
until 2009. Over in Japan, a runner by the name of Survive would
Imagine
gain
beating your
interest in
own
speedrunning,
100%.
having set his sights on LM.
Your own any percent.
Survive would be running the game on the Japanese version,
setting it
which would
100%.
actually save him around half a minute due to a shorter character count in the dialogue. He'd managed to knock down the current standing any percent time with a 1 hour, 33 minute, and 5 second time. This marked the first run for this category to be completed in a single sitting. There'd be plenty more where that came from, as over the course of the next 6 months, he would chip his time down to under an hour and a half, and then under an hour and 20 minutes.
At least people are
on March 5th of 2010, he'd bring the world record all the way down to a 1:13:41.
They saw my tweet.
This run was later uploaded to Speed Demo's archive, where it would be seen by many. There was one small issue though. See, up until now, there were varying differences with the timing method for this game. The standard that SDA had applied was timing the run starting from when you first got control of your character, and ending once you've completed the main task and no longer have control. While it's possible the timing method between the SDA runs may be off, the timing standard that Survive used started from console reset. This was common among Japanese speedrunners for years, and it would be applied for the remainder of his submissions. Later that year, and after a fresh name change, Survive, now going by Zavive, would go on to set 2 more world records for the rest of the year, a 1:13:38 on December 21st, and a 1:11:32 just a week later. With this continuous improvement, the new year was looking hopeful for Zavive to set more records. Shockingly enough, this would not be the case, as from here on out, he would stop running the game altogether. But the reason behind this sudden stop would be much more unfortunate. According to a close acquaintance of his who made a blog post about the early days of Luigi's Mansion speedrunning, Zavive would pass away sometime in 2011. It's not been made public what exactly happened, only that his life would end far too soon. And with this, the mansion would once again see another drought in activity as far as world records were concerned. It wouldn't be until 2 years later where that close acquaintance of Zavive's I mentioned would carry on the legacy, using his same username for a brief period to push the game further. On February 7th, the new Zavive, who would later change his name to Zealous, would improve the previous world record by just 1 second.
That reminds me of how when Star first playing, when he was like 11 or 12 years old, he like used the Quickster profile picture and like the same titles of my streams when I first started, according to documentaries at least, and like the rainbow splits. It's cute. Like speedrunning is a very inspired hobby, you know. It's very funny. Survive too.
He would continue to improve, setting 2 more records, ending with a 1:10:20. Both Zavive and Zealous chose to broadcast their attempts on Nico Nico, the live streaming and video sharing site from Japan. This greatly hindered the popularity of these runs, as speedrunners from other parts of the world chose to use more popular English platforms like YouTube.
Because I was planning on doing stuff like that
as live streaming yourself started to gain more traction,
like more 3D stuff.
so did
I
news
gotta
sites
ask Glitch,
designed for just that.
What tools he used for
the
this,
original Justin TV, now known as Twitch TV, would start to become more popular amongst Western countries.
I wanted to do that were similar
During
to
this time, located deep within the freezing recesses of Canada, a young streamer fresh to the world, located deep within the freezing recesses of Canada.
Yeah, these are really good. These are really good edits. Like that edit right there is a very simple one, but a very effective one. It's a good idea.
A young streamer fresh to the world of Twitch would make his debut playing games casually on stream, and inevitably speedrunning.
That's a crazy fucking 4x3 layout. Fucking
Bonesaw would become one of the more recognizable figures in the world of speedrunning, having ran a number of games and appearing at multiple events from the charity marathon Games Done Quick. In 2012, however, speedrunning would be new ground for Bonesaw, and his first interest would just so happen to be Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah, it's
Bonesaw became aware of the time set by Zealous and decided to compete for a record time of his own. He became a frequent grinder of Luigi's Mansion, streaming himself to a humble audience on Twitch. And one day during that summer, Bonesaw would finally get his big break, staking his claim to the world record with his 109.53, the first ever sub 110.
It's really good to clarify what sub means in speedrun, because so many people don't get that. Yeah, Bonesaw is such a character.
Zealous
man.
would quickly learn that Bonesaw had taken the record,
So
and
great
wouldn't
that
take
he
too
ran
kindly
this
to
game.
this. The very next day, Zealous hit right back with a 108.33. This would be the last time that Japan would hold the world record in this game, as on June 27th, Bonesaw was on yet another run that was looking promising.
Yeah, but it's really good that they clarify like what sub 110 means, because a lot of my viewers at least, they don't really know the difference between like a 110 and a sub 110. Like they think that sub means like getting 110. That makes sense.
So flawless. This is world record.
I guess the only thing that I would have clarified is like what splits are, right?
One shot this means.
Like compared to like maybe like track and field or something. Yeah, sub is under.
Bullseye.
Sub is under, so like
Bonesaw's body is ready. This is
Mint
it.
chocolate chip is
Do or
mixed.
die.
Sometimes it tastes fake, sometimes it tastes good. Spongy, thank you for 9 months. I love these old videos, people popping off with the fucking bitrate, going to shit.
Yes! I did it! 107.26! Yes! Fuck yeah! Yeah! Oh yeah! Fuck you, God! Fuck you, bastards! Fuck you, King Boo! Fuck you, bastard! Fuck you! Fuck you all! Yeah! Holy...
He couldn't have been happier,
Cute.
having set yet another world record.
Bro turned into a boo.
Like I was saying, having set yet another world record while also lowering it down by another minute. After this, the Canadian runner would continue to crank out times and break multiple
That's a good
minute
reference.
barriers. Bonesaw achieved a 106.30, a 105.47, and an eventual 104.43. By the end of his 2012 tear, Bonesaw improved the record by almost 3 minutes. He was on top of the world when it came to this game, and to those in the scene back then, it seemed as if no one could stop him. Sure, there could have been some things he could improve upon, but where? The answer would have to wait for just a little while longer.
With the increase in interest for speedrunning around that time, there would be more demand for other interactive ways to run games, not just by oneself, but with other people interested in the same thing. This is when Speedruns Live would be introduced. Speedruns Live, or SRL for short, was dedicated entirely to speedrunning. The homepage displayed streams of popular runners from each and every community. SRL also helped to popularize speedrun races, which consisted of multiple runners beginning a speedrun at the same time to see who could finish the fastest. This would bring more players together, and with that came exponential growth within smaller speedrunning communities, and heavy improvement in many of these games as world records. Luigi's Mansion was no exception to this, as runners began establishing a more organized community that would partake in group conversations, strategy hunting,
A lot
grinds
of
for
games
personal
wouldn't get played
bests,
outside of
and
SRL
races.
as well.
The LM community
BFD was
immediately
one of those
became
games,
one of the most
actually.
passionate communities in all of speedrunning, helping to push their game into the top 10 most popular games on SRL at the time.
Probably
This
even more
tightly
popular
knit,
than that at some
humble-sized
point,
group of runners bonded over their love for the game, and served as the backbone of what Luigi's Mansion speedrunning would later become.
It's a great photo.
Without their passion,
So, yeah, it's
none
like-
of the community would be where they are today.
Yeah, like I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, like speedrun races were definitely much more. Back in the day, they were much more, especially even when I was first getting into running, they were much more practical and less like shit to do, because the games were like way more consistent and strategies were a lot less optimized, so it was a lot more fun. I still think that races are really good for newer players and intermediate players, like building friendships and stuff. But like LTAs are much more popular these days for that reason. An LTA you'll be watching tomorrow. I'll post it in my server and I'll tweet it out. Like you'll be aware of it if you're following my social media. I'm going to be commentating the LTA for this game, which is essentially just a bunch of guys like doing speedrun attempts in a limited time on a stream together, and the person who gets the best time at the end of the day wins the competition. So like that's how it's tend to do now, and that's kind of the way it's been for the last 6 years. It's a shame that that format only became a thing right before COVID, but I'm getting too off topic. We should continue watching. But
Hey, who left this bowl of onions here?
Let's get back on topic.
It's
on March 10th,
it's a decent format for what this is.
a runner named Half a Bottle 1 would complete a run of the any percent category in 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 17 seconds.
Yeah, it was 16
At that time, this would have been considered a world record. However, some suspicion would arise from the community about the runner, and as a result, their times would be removed from all the categories they submitted to. There isn't much remaining evidence as to what happened, but it was speculated that Half a Bottle had cheated some of their runs because of their rapid improvement. Despite the claim being relatively baseless outside of this, the community stuck with the ban, which drove Half a Bottle, and a potential world record contender at that, away from the game. This leaderboard ban would cover all the categories that they submitted to, including a new category that was found as a collective effort of a few people, which would forever alter the way the categories would be named.
Was it PAL or something?
By walking behind the chest containing the first boss's key as it spawns in, the player could get stuck against the wall. This small amount of room could be used to clip the player out of bounds, and after finding some new methods to clip past walls, you could beat the game in around 10 minutes. After some time, this much faster run would be labeled any percent, with the original any percent now being known as any percent no out of bounds. Soon enough, more people were actively taking to the any percent no out of bounds category again, thanks to the regularly occurring races. According to a tweet from old school any percent runner Luke, the 104.17 would be tied, or beaten by just a few milliseconds, by a new runner named Vman 3000. Vman would be a part of the tightly knit group that would get together and talk to each other on Skype, partaking in races through speedruns live and grinding attempts with one another. Vman's record would later be sniped by a fellow runner named Rose Fielden, formerly Smashmaster 98, who would claim a 104.02 in a call with Vman himself.
It's done! Done! 104.02!
What the fuck?
Around this time, Luigi's Mansion would be hit with a new wave of strategy finds to optimize things that weren't given much thought. It started out with some small time saves, like warping by mirror to get to the mirror room faster, as opposed to walking through the hallway. Over time, this would include more impactful strategies, such as capturing Bogmire in one cycle.
Which, in this context, a cycle refers to the portion of a boss fight where the boss becomes vulnerable, so you can drain as much HP from them as possible before that boss becomes invulnerable once again.
Yeah, these little cutaways
using any of the game's elements to skip pulling out the flashlight in dark rooms, and even performing tech skips on EGAD's calls. It was one of the first major renaissances the game had ever seen, and that in turn would help push the times even lower. Vman again would get a time just slightly lower than the world record by some milliseconds.
Is my microphone too low? Like
seconds.
When I talk,
but he was merely just getting started.
Should I lower the video a little bit?
Exactly 1 month after he reclaimed the world record, he lowered his time by over a minute thanks to some better gameplay. There would be no stopping this man, as not even a month later he again topped his time with a 102.17.
Should be better.
Even though there was improvement after improvement, a small problem began to arise. Since the game was first run, boos had been quite a hassle to collect. These boos behave much differently than normal ghosts, as you deal damage to them by simply having the vacuum stream on them, rather than pulling HP off of them using one of the sticks. This allows them to move freely, even when dealing damage to them. Boos can also travel between walls, jumping from room to room. In a speedrun, this can very obviously lose time, especially if the room is really out of the way. Boos also cannot be captured in dark rooms, so a boo that escapes into a dark hallway must first be led back to a lit room before being captured. This was the unfortunate truth that had cursed runners for years, and countless PBs were lost to.
No! You son of a... I don't know where he went.
But soon enough, help would arrive.
R pumping. Arguably the most important strategy ever found in Luigi's Mansion history, R-pumping revolutionized the way speedrunners would collect the unruly boos. In Luigi's Mansion,
Wow,
using
10.
the right and left triggers
Bro's
will make the
dumping.
vacuum
Thank
suck
you, man.
or
Thank
blow.
you very much.
By holding both triggers
look at
down,
that.
the
You got
game
some custom
prioritizes the R
there.
trigger, which
I like
controls the
that.
sucking. By quickly letting go and repressing R, you can stop and start vacuuming in an instant.
Thank you, man.
Boos
I
are
appreciate
programmed
that.
to stay in place for only 10 HP at a time. Each time the vacuum locks onto the boo, it will stun the boo and reset the 10 HP counter in which it is locked in place. By using this method of R-pumping after every 10 HP, the boo will continue to remain in the same spot, making it extremely easy for anyone to capture one. This would first be found in 2012 by a YouTuber named ZanyWitch7. This find would largely fly under the community's radar, and it wouldn't be until the following year that another community member named Coopery would also discover this trick and bring it to light amongst speedrunners.
Thank you.
This strategy played a huge role in making boos towards the beginning and middle of the run consistent, but it did not make every boo capturable in one cycle. You see, each time an R-pump is performed, the boo being captured will make a cackling noise, meaning that he's been stunned. After the boo has been stunned 15 times, it will quickly escape the room, with no amount of R-pumping being able to stop it. Given that you'd optimally take off around 10 HP for every R-pump, this leaves you being able to take off an easy 150 HP with not much more room for continuing to vacuum. Vman stuck to his grind, implementing the new strategy which would heavily aid the consistency of his early game. Boos found later in the run did still remain a problem, however, as some of the boos that were being captured in Vman's route had upwards of 200 and even 300 HP.
Yeah,
Entering
like
the pipe room
breaker
late
boo,
in Area
yeah.
4, Vman would clear it and check for the breaker room boo, which he let escape earlier in the run because of his high HP. However, he would instead find the pipe room boo, which has a whopping 300 HP. When trying to capture him, the boo would escape and move across the hallway to the breaker room. Even more, the boo in the next room over would leave and go back into the pipe room. Vman opted to continue the main objective and returned to collect the remaining boos later in the run when he was forced to pass those rooms. This did, however, still lose him a hefty chunk of time in the long run. Runners also discovered that the new boo strategy would even help for the King Boo boss battle. At this time, the lowest amount of cycles that King Boo had ever been captured in during a run was 3.
Star got his video
It was
out.
known to be possible to beat him
That
in
was
just
fast.
2 cycles
He said he was
from an
working on
upload
it
by
yesterday.
Clydestorm in 2013. This upload showed
watch that
gameplay
next.
using tools to slow the game down and perfect Luigi's movement, a process otherwise known as tool-assisted speedrunning, or TAS. This
Yeah,
means that
this
for a
is
human,
huge for finding
two-cycling King
strats.
Boo would be a very
Yeah.
precise set of movements and vacuum control, not to mention just being lucky enough to carry out the strategy. With R-pumping being
I
in
like
play,
this game more
you
than
could
Sunshine
utilize
as
the
well, as a
R-pumping strat
casual, at
after
least.
vacuuming him normally, which would delay him from hiding back into the Bowser suit. This made two-cycling King Boo a reality for real-time speedruns, and transformed what was once an extremely unreliable method into something anyone could pick up and learn. Up to this point, the boos that
Yeah, I'll have
Vman
to watch
collected
that.
throughout his runs were largely based off of what he felt was best for him, not necessarily what was proven to be fastest.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that
He
for
typically
sure.
refrained from collecting the armory boo, as the amount of objects in the room on a console
I guess we'll
would
see how
cause
it does
lag.
too. It's like kind of
Lag can
late. I
significantly
probably would have
increase the
uploaded it
difficulty
earlier
of
in the
R-pumping
day.
on time, and also
yeah, I'll
has the
watch
risk
it.
of a dropped R input. This is
Yeah.
not to mention the actual layout of the room, which provides limited space to work with during the suck-up itself. After the new year, Vman took
This
part in
area
another
looks like
race,
shit, man.
where this time he'd use an
I
older
always
route,
thought that looked
collecting
terrible.
Van Gore's 300 HP
Like
boo
Speedrun.
in place of the much weaker hidden room boo. It was generally thought around that time to be faster than going into the hidden room, even though it was found later not to be the case.
What the?
Vman continued doing attempts, scraping up time save early into his run and maintaining his lead through Area 2 and into Area 3. He would keep a steady pace going through Area 4, having lost some time from missing a triple catch of the 3 garbage ghosts just before the Van Gore suck-up. Vman closed out this run, achieving a new record time of 1 hour and 31 seconds. In this moment, Luigi's Mansion was in the midst of yet another renaissance. Multiple minute barriers were once again
about
being broken
59.
in an effort to push the game to its absolute limits. At this point, chatter amongst the community broke out. Is a 59-minute time possible? This was the
is just
question
fucking
so many
hype,
people
dude.
were asking at the time, and with Vman pushing to dominate this game with others not far behind,
Games
it
get
was
solved
looking
too
like that
quickly
might
now.
just
59
be a
is like
legitimate
not
possibility.
like there's not enough
Sure
time to get
enough,
hyped about
on
those
one
anymore.
fabled
You
night
know?
in 2014, Vman broke the most important minute barrier in Luigi's Mansion history, beating the game in less than 1 hour.
Yeah.
With a final time of 59 minutes and 35 seconds, the community rejoiced. One of the most sought after and previously deemed impossible times, now a reality.
You got what you wanted. Let's go.
Video proof of the first 59 has unfortunately been lost to time, but the impact that this run left on the LM community cannot be understated. This was a brand new era filled with young and newly motivated players, and they had no plans of slowing down. And with Vman at the helm, it truly was an incredible time in history. While there may no longer be video proof
SpongeBob
of the
music
first
detective.
59, there is proof of the next world record, a 59.22. This was a run where things just seemed to fall right into place. Most of the boos were found on the first try, if not very quickly after. A newer and much faster method for the third boss, Boolossus, was implemented from a runner named Sarkrai, who at the time was rocking his silver badge in second place. Needless to say, this strat definitely helped
I actually
cut
didn't
down
know
on the
how
boss's
involved
inconsistency.
Sarkrai
Rather
was
than
in
just spraying
this
and praying,
game that early
runners
on.
would shoot an ice ball into the swarm of boos, resulting in much more predictable fights. Vman had also decided to replace Van Gore's Behemoth 300 HP boo.
I
with
also
the
really
Armory boo,
enjoyed
saving
like
even
the
more
quality
time
of the
on top that.
gameplay getting better,
As the
like
game
in
itself
terms of like the
continued to get
recordings
faster,
as time goes on
Vman's
as
skill
well.
was simultaneously
I
improving.
always enjoyed that about like
and after an
speedrunning
entire
videos.
month of grinding, no new records. A few more months would pass. Nope, still nothing.
A few months?
Despite the obvious improvement, there would be no
Chop, chop!
activity for records throughout the entire rest of that summer. It wouldn't be until late November when Vman
Imagine not
finally
getting a
improved
world
the
record in 3
by 8
months, man.
seconds, bringing the record down to 59 minutes and 14 seconds. By the end of 2014, it had already seemed like a new minute barrier
Hurry the
was in
fuck
reach.
up, bro.
All we needed now was someone to do it.
He needed a 5-day
It was
break.
a run like any other, ahead by not even a second on the first split.
A night fire
Then
is
the
a
second
fire
split.
jam.
Third split down, and he was still just barely ahead by a second. So where would this run go? Just like that, the run was on. It would take a bit of good luck and a lot of consistent playing to not slip up now. He lost some time trying to get a one cycle on the breaker room boo, which required specific luck to get the boo to attack.
He's a
you,
madman
so that
for
you can
going for
drag
that in
him to the other side of the
2014.
room and finish off with R pumps. Vman had lost an additional 10 seconds to collecting the poison mushroom, which had spawned after checking one of the shelves in the cellar. The mushroom causes the player to
6,
shrink
7.
down in size, unable
That-
to interact.
When was this posted?
Congratulations, you won.
Mustache, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. When was this posted? 2020? Yeah, there's no way he fucking didn't know that.
You won.
There's no way he didn't fucking do that on purpose, Glitch. Like picking this specific moment, like
any
that.
object.
Congratulations,
Come on.
you won.
Insta
There's no way he
poison
didn't know.
mushroom, which had spawned after checking one of the shelves in the cellar. The mushroom causes the player to shrink down
You
in
won.
size.
I guess it's
unable
relevant
interact
to the
with any
story, but
objects.
yeah. It's,
Between both mistakes, it was starting to look tight on time.
Congratulations,
He'd have
you
to play
won.
pretty well and hope that everything falls into place.
Congratulations, you won. Congratulations, you won. Congratulations, you won. Congratulations, you won. Congratulations, you won.
I wonder why the chat's blurred there. I wonder what emote they were spamming. Oh, it's Frank or Z.
He
okay.
had done it. A 58-41. A run that started out not very far
Yeah,
ahead
it's
of
a
his
classic
splits,
spam
to having a
emote.
pretty sizable lead, and for it all to be taken away. Just to come back out on top and break another minute barrier? It might seem like a shock to most people, but to the Luigi's Mansion community, it wasn't. Vman was just that damn good. At this point in time, Vman had already broken multiple minute barriers and was even the one to claim the first ever sub hour. But he still wouldn't quite be done with the game, as more strats were being found, which helped him continue setting record times. So at this point, what would his new goal be? With the implementation of 2 faster ball catches on Chauncey and a new strategy known as poster skip, this new run was looking pretty good. Vman would even save 10 seconds solely based on RNG by getting the early release cycle on the Warlindas in the ballroom. But of course, it wasn't all perfect. Late into Area 4, the pipe room boo would escape into the hallway and leave towards the breaker room. Had this not occurred, this run very likely would have been a 57.
Yes, 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 yes. What the, yes, yes. 5809, yes. Oh, God. Yes. Yes.
Despite this, the run was still amazing and Vman couldn't have been happier with the time.
2015.
First run of the day. This category is quite literally over until someone beats it.
It's over.
But who would beat it? After Vman's low 58, there wouldn't be much world record competition coming from
will never die.
Vman or the rest of the community. As Vman became very busy with personal matters, Luigi's Mansion wouldn't be much of a focus to him. One of his last accomplishments would come from the charity speedrunning marathon Summer Games Done Quick, in which he would participate in a 100% race alongside fellow runners Fire Dragon and Boohead for a crowd of tens of thousands watching at home. In the months following Summer Games Done Quick, discussions would break out in the community, which would change the course of Luigi's Mansion history
I miss
forever.
old Twitch, dude. Oh no. We heard a complaint that you put a SD card in your Wii with the game loaded on it. The homebrew channel.
You see, due to financial issues, Vman couldn't necessarily afford a Japanese copy of Luigi's Mansion to save the most time.
Congratulations.
Really?
You won.
Vegeta, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. That's really interesting. From what I understand,
Congratulations.
at least with
You
Sunshine.
won.
And like I got my copy of JP Sunshine in like 2017 when BFPB was starting to become a shit community.
Congratulations. You won.
And I was like, you know, like trying to like mitigate my risk, I guess.
Congratulations. You won.
It was my understanding that the JP versions of the game were cheap. My NTSC copy of LM was actually a lot more expensive than it should have been getting it versus like the JP version because like they're just so much more plentiful. But that's really interesting. Maybe because all these people are kids, right? Something about like shipping, something like that.
Were, however, other means to run LM.
Yeah.
The usage of a USB thumb drive or SD card on modified Wii software to run the game would be met with some scrutiny. Originally, it was thought that using this method saved about a few seconds from load screens, as opposed to
you gotta
the
have
original
humor in
disc
something
being
so
read through the
serious,
console.
you know?
Typically, disc loads would be slower than media played
Oh,
through
now
a
they
flash
are for
memory
sure
device.
because of like trends.
This
Yeah.
thought would even be echoed by Vman
Collectors.
himself. The discussion about USB loading times was actually brought up back in 2013 by Bonesaw, which led to a heated argument between himself and Vman about it, and eventually would be Bonesaw's turning point where he'd step away from the game altogether.
That's
it
valid.
wasn't until the speedrunner Skazi mentioned that he believed USB loading saved way more than a few seconds that the loads were looked into more closely. From there,
What
people
happens at
took to the community
1100?
Skype group to voice their concerns. Two big voices who argued
guess
against
movie-
USB loading were
I
HD
suppose.
Lex and runner I Love Vark, as they'd been adamant about banning it. However, people who had run on USB were mostly against it, as they didn't want to see their times removed from the leaderboards. Some
course.
users had even theorized,
Which is why democracy and speedrunning is shit. Because it's not a serious enough thing. Like, it's not life or death whether, like, these things are allowed or not. So people will always vote for the convenience of what self-serves, right?
Congratulations. You won.
Oh my god, man. Vegeta, thank you for the 20 gifted, dude. I feel like a true reaction
Congratulations.
streamer
You won.
receiving subs for sitting here and enjoying somebody else's art and doing absolutely nothing and being paid to do it.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
You won.
But I will continue. What was I fucking saying?
Congratulations. You won.
People are always going to vote for in self-interest, not what's good for the game, not what makes sense for the game. It's always going to be like,
You won.
it's like I just want my time to be on the board. And that's the way that, like, with when
Congratulations.
Rehydrated came
You
out,
won.
it was our first time moderating a PC game. We didn't have a frame lock on the frame rate, so like
Congratulations.
the inputs
You
were
won.
really fucking inconsistent. Strats worked differently for everybody because it was like uncapped frame rate, right?
Congratulations.
And Rehydrated
You
ran
won.
like shit on most people's PCs. So when we implemented a 60 FPS lock, like there was a lot of
Congratulations.
controversy
You
over
won.
that. And it's like sometimes you have to do what's good for the game, even if the people who run it don't
Congratulations.
understand
You won.
why it's important. So that's why I will always be in favor of bureaucracy in speedrunning, or
You
even
won.
dictatorship, because sometimes the dictator is the only one who knows how the game should be played.
That
You
Vman
won.
knew it was much faster than he'd been letting on, and that he was purposefully keeping that information to himself.
Congratulations. You
For
won.
the rest of the year, discussion and arguments would continue. This led to a bunch of drama involving numerous
Congratulations.
users
You won.
and even some moderators at the time. The
You should be
fiasco would
grateful.
ultimately culminate in a ban of any unofficial
Congratulations.
use of
You
playing the
won.
game, effectively erasing many users' times on the leaderboards, as a large number of players had adopted
Congratulations.
A lot of
USB
Avengers
loading.
clips.
So where would this leave us?
Donald.
The
Congratulations.
world record would
You
be
won.
set back to a 5902, performed by HD Lex on January 2nd, 2016,
Congratulations. You
setting the
won.
run back by almost a minute. At the time, this was the best run ever performed on a physical disc.
Congratulations.
But
You
with the
won.
game having almost reached a 57, it was time for everyone to pull their weight and get LM back in the ship.
Congratulations. You won.
I think this is a good compromise to not explicitly mention like Vman and like, because like everybody had their times removed, right? And the whole thing about like Vman kind of getting like pegged for all the like the blame for USB just because he was the world record holder while USB was being used. It's like, you know, it's like lag clips in BFBB, right? Like at some point, like we didn't remove the times, we obsoleted it, but like nobody's saying that like the records that were achieved with lag clips were invalid. There was just a different time. And like Vman getting like a lot of people for a while remembered his legacy for the fact that he had USB loaded his runs, but like everybody else was, you know. So I like that this documentary doesn't mention him by name or like specifically like peg him as being like the USB guy, because like a lot of people tend to get that wrong.
It would be during this string of world records from HD that the route would slightly change, back to a modified version of something that was once done during Vman's infancy with the game, getting the boo from the hidden room.
Because Vman was the best player.
Considering the room wasn't too far
By
out
a
of the
lot.
way, you could group up all the ghosts in the room to grab them in one go, and finish it off collecting the 40 HP boo, while also being able to skip his following EGAD call. This would skip having to get the pipe room boo, which would save a good amount of time. And instead of attempting the breaker room boo, relying on luck for him to be in a good spot, they would instead collect the boo from Van Gore's room. This would be better, as even though this one has 300 HP, if he left the room, he could only return back to it, making it a reliably easy boo to collect.
Yeah.
Some small stuff was added, like getting these two gold ghosts individually in a specific order. Oddly enough, this caused the next set of ghosts to spawn quickly. There was one potential big change to the route the runners had in mind to try and squeeze out some more time save, and this would rely on saving and quitting. Saving and quitting is just how it sounds. You capture a boo, and once EGAD calls you, save the game, reset it, and load your save file. This would save time if you're in one of the far parts of the mansion and need to move across quickly. Instead of making the journey of walking through the mansion, you'll end up loading back in the foyer of the game. That way you'll end up closer to where you need to go.
The foyer.
This was not looked upon favorably going back to the Speed Demos archive days, even though it wasn't
Yeah, Speed Demos Archive had a lot of like weird rules and stuff and ideas on how games should be played. I mean, like, even I personally don't like save and quit, but like it makes perfect sense to use it. I have no reason to say it shouldn't be used, but like I can see why a lot of these, like, they had a lot of like for example, like pause storage wouldn't, like, not that it's comparable to this, but like in the Speed Demos archive days, like they wouldn't have acknowledged pause storage runs for BFBB as any percent if it had been a discussion, right? Like they didn't like cheesy strats, if that makes sense. Anything that was like considered to be cheesy based on their opinion, they just wouldn't call it any percent. I'm telling you, man, like 2015, like I wasn't here for 2015, but like 2016, like somewhat 2017, like that period of time is like we were on top of the world, man. It was so much fun.
Exactly banned by their rule set. The majority of the old school runners of the game had gripes with the strategy, whereas newer runners were generally in favor of the time save. In order to make a final decision, it was decided that a poll should be taken. The community would ultimately vote to adopt this strat, saving more time across the board.
I hate voting. Tell people what to do.
It was the middle of 2016, and at this point, HD had held the world record for about half a year. He was only 6 seconds away from beating the original 5809 set with the USB loading method. How much longer would we have to wait to see someone smash the record on a disc? The answer might surprise you. Meet Snap32.
Yeah.
Snap was a fairly new runner, having seemingly come out of nowhere and had really only
this guy
been
was
in the
the
game for at
inarguable
least
goat
half
for
a year.
so fucking long.
Over
dude.
time, he would steadily improve his personal best, which came to a head on June 7th when we'd see a 5804, 5 seconds ahead of the last time submitted by Vman. A day prior, he had set a new 100% world
June
record,
7th.
taking the top.
Wait, really?
A 5804, 5 seconds.
I think that's the day that I got my first record in BFBB. So at this point, I'm definitely like, I knew who Snap was. Like we would actually talk sometimes. Like I was definitely watching these runs. Yeah, definitely watching these runs. But that's really interesting that coincidence happened. I'm pretty sure that is the day that I got it.
Ahead of the last time submitted by Vman. A day prior, he had set a new 100% world record, taking the top spot from the category's longtime champion.
I remember when he changed his username too. Thank you, Mustache Man.
It was evident that the 57 was now closer than ever.
Congratulations.
Yep,
So
I remember the 57 grind. Okay, yeah, I was here for all of this, yeah. I remember this fucking layout. I remember. This is like around the time when I started watching it. I only played the first Luigi Nation.
Congratulations, you won.
Snap would improve yet again just 1 week after his first world record with the first ever 57 time, a 57.54. Snap was a runner shrouded in mystery, but whoever he was, he meant business. He'd continue to run other categories alongside any percent no out of bounds, and even among a few other games. 2 months later, Snap would be on yet another run. He'd be on par with his current best time, eventually saving more time due to a new strat found by two runners, Michael T00 and Skazi. What was this new find? At this point, the only save and quit utilized in the run was the save warp out of Weston's room after catching the boo, and considering that save warps were now a legitimate thing for runs, both Michael and Skazi had theorized capturing a boo, then collecting the fire medallion, and finally save warping from Egad's call about the boo. It turns out that upon loading your newly saved file, you are granted the fire element necessary for some puzzles, meaning you can skip lighting the candles in the mirror room, which unlocks the barbed wire door, as well as a whole mess of EGAD dialogue. Not to mention, you're also guaranteed a consistently fast butler cycle in the Area 2 hallway. If you do these sequences fast enough, the butler will always appear at the start of the hallway when you go to light his candles. This find, along with some good boo luck, would help save Snap upwards of 17 seconds by the time he got to the second boss, Bogmire. Holding a sizable lead with small mistakes through the rest of the run, he was able to push his time down to a 57:21. Of course, with a community as active as this, more strategies were bound to be discovered. In early 2017, Michael T00 was doing attempts and performed the Fire Medallion save warp. Upon trying to reset the game using a button combo on the controller, it seemed that the game wasn't responding to his reset request. So naturally, frustration took over and he started hitting random buttons until the game eventually reset. That was the end of the run, but the next run, something seemed off.
Oh yeah.
Usually when you collect a key to unlock another room in Luigi's mansion, a mini-map in Luigi's trusty Game Boy Horror would appear, showing you what room that key unlocks.
I didn't realize this
Throughout
found
the
this
years,
late.
speedrunners would see the screen for a small portion of time until they could quickly cancel out of it and move on. This wasn't happening though. In fact,
It's interesting
it
that
seemed
they
that
allow
for every
this,
key,
like,
the mini-map was
it's,
skipped entirely,
this usually be
and you could
considered
just
like a
walk right
pre-run
along to your next
setup.
objective.
Hold on, let's look.
Like which games allow certain things for any percent and which ones don't.
This caught the community by complete surprise, but nevertheless, testing would be done to figure out how this could be performed again. Months would go by, and it was becoming apparent that no one would be able to replicate this, leaving Michael's exploit to be forgotten about. But eventually, Snap found a consistent setup in the training room. By resetting your game during a certain portion of text, and then spamming A and Y to finish the sequence of text before the console resets, it would open the minimap while resetting the game, disabling its function entirely. While skipping one minimap pop-up saves very little time, it adds up over the course of the run, as you have to collect numerous keys to unlock the different rooms throughout the game. The community at large wanted to try runs with this new skip at hand. Snap would continue to do runs, adding more small time saves, like pulling out the first-person view of the Game Boy Horror to skip Luigi's scare animation when a ghost spawns. It was really getting serious now, as even the animation a ghost made when getting sucked up was starting to matter. Luigi's Mansion was reaching new heights, and it was only up from here. A couple of months later, any % no out of bounds would be run at Summer Games Done Quick 2017. This marked the first time the category had ever been run at a Games Done Quick event. The run featured the newly discovered minimap had ever Games Done. A couple of months later, any %
Oh, we're in 2017 now. Okay.
no out of bounds would be run at Summer Games Done Quick 2017.
Yeah,
this
definitely
marked
save
the
a lot
first
for
time
August,
the
man.
category had ever been
I'll
run
blow it
at a
all
Games
now.
Done Quick event.
Thank
The
you,
run
dude.
featured the newly discovered minimap glitch, and was overall a solid performance by HD Lax, with him coming less than a minute off of Snap's
Yeah,
world
HD
record.
must be like 15
The run
years old
received
there.
an overall positive reception, and brought a lot of new faces into the game's speedrunning scene. This was a high point for Luigi's Mansion speedrunning, as the
Yeah.
game's main category had just been
Those
run
were the
at
best
the largest
years, man.
speedrunning event ever, and Snap was on the cusp of achieving the first ever
15 or
sub
16,
57.
That's an interesting music choice. A fairly odd music choice. It's a good game, by the way. Yeah, subathons have to have timers, yeah. Gates, thank you for the 35 months. Alright, what is the context of what we're watching here? This is actually very intriguing. I'm not being told what to think. I'm actually very engaged right now. Yeah, that's interesting. The second one, the GameCube, Shadow Showdown. Solid game, though. Little rush toward the end, that's fun. what am I watching? Breaking Daw Rules, not Shadow Show.
Congratulations, you won.
Paul, thank you for the 5 gifts. Man, what's up with all the gift subs? I'm just reacting.
Congratulations, you won.
I'm just eating chips and saying, dude, that's crazy. Yeah.
Snap would be the first person to claim
Okay,
a
that's what we're
56-minute time. There was more time to be saved, as almost 7 months later,
That was
he would
really
once
good.
again lower his record, this time
Oh, I
obtaining a
didn't tell me what I was
56-36.
like. That was a really
It seemed that the
engaging part. I
improvements
was
were
very
never
locked
ending.
in on that.
Either that, or people were just getting insanely good. One would have to wonder though, how much more time can be saved? Is there an end in sight? Would anyone ever break another
Never.
minute barrier?
Never.
Things would start
Speedrunning
to
is
slow
dead.
down, as Snap was becoming busy with his personal life. He wouldn't have much.
Alright. Okay. This is the thing is like, you know that we're going to be talking about the smut, or like the grime and the dirt, in the BFBB, the next BFBB documentary. Like all the crazy shit that happened in that, like the people in that community. I think that Snap is a really fucking fascinating person. And I would love to have a documentary on just this fucking guy, because he is a really fucking interesting human being. And that's all I will say. But yeah, they say, you know, he was getting tied up with like personal life stuff. I'm just saying, I would love. He is genuinely the most interesting human being alive. That's the kind of shit that makes speedrunning fun. Yeah, no, like that. Like I would love for just a Snap 32 documentary on just like this fucking guy. Is just so fascinating. It would literally be a bestseller. Yeah, but you know, personal life, a little too sanitized for me. Like, do tell, you know.
Time for Luigi's Mansion. The runners that were still grinding would push themselves harder than they ever have to try and claim the record. Unfortunately,
Giants,
the game was becoming more and more
HDLX.
reliant on good luck from boo finds to be able to keep a good run going, resulting in more frustration and a lot more resets.
Yeah, I don't
Throughout all the
know.
madness, a familiar face would soon return. Vman 3000,
I just
back
wanna
at it
fucking-
again, this time with an official
Guy's
disc.
wild, dude.
He came back to speedrunning LM, proving to everyone that he didn't need USB loading to be considered one of the best. Vman had achieved a 5801, topping his previous PB, but now on official media.
Yeah.
Despite how much time USB could save, he managed to demonstrate how he could still fit in with the ever-changing metagame. Even though he had his best intentions, there were still those in the
I didn't even
community
know
that
about
had
that.
seen him as a negative influence. After some more controversy, Vman decided enough was enough.
Didn't he flee to Mexico? Or am I misremembering that?
He had his best intentions, there were still those in the community that had seen him as a negative influence. After some more controversy, Vman decided enough was enough, and to
When is this? This is occurring in like 2017, 2018. That was around the time that the internet started to become more like, you know, witch hunty. So, makes sense, lines up.
prevent further conflict, he had removed himself from the community largely. He
The
would
end
also
of the
stop
golden
running the
era.
game as a result of both the fallout with a large part of the community, as well as a disk scratch issue which affected his copy of the game. His leaving would come at the expense of losing one of Luigi's Mansion's most talented runners.
Bro, that's a crazy reaction.
Over time, the community would gradually move on. More and more people had been working hard to achieve better times and faster strats. Some had wondered if Snap would make a return, while others were following the
He ran BFB for a little bit. There was a little bit of a controversy there. So Snap was actually the original person to discover the Samsung B drives in BFBB save like 30 or 40 seconds throughout the course of the run, right? Over a Samsung A. And this is also at the time when like we didn't even know what the fastest hard or disk drive was. And he was being really weird about it because like a lot of people get this wrong, but basically Snap was like doing runs on BFBB and he was saving like 2 seconds over the world record, like just entering jellyfish fields, and he was like bragging about it. But like it was just suspicious because like I feel like any honest person would see that and be like, hey, like there's no way I'm saving 2 seconds over the world record just off of like walking toward the taxi pad and pressing A, right? And a lot of us thought that he was like modding or like cheating. Just because, like, if he had just said, like, hey, I feel like my Xbox is too fast, then nobody would have, like, batted an eye at it. It's like, oh, okay, like, now we know there are faster Xboxes. But because of his demeanor about it, it came off like he was cheating. So, yeah, that was a really interesting conflict. We found out years later, like 5 years later or something, that there actually are Xboxes that are a little bit faster like that. It's just that we never knew about them because everybody was recommended to buy the most recent ones because of the clock capacitor issue, and it was always assumed that the most recent ones are faster anyway. But there actually was a disk drive that was faster for Battle for Bikini Bottom that was discontinued because it was so unstable, and that caused the whole thing where it's like, well, we can't use unstable disk drives to play the game, and they make lag clips inconsistent as well because they're unstable. So that actually led, like, Snap actually was the first person to discover the piece of hardware that led us to switch to downloading the game to the hard disk for Battle for Bikini Bottom 5 years ago. So that actually ties directly into the ketchup discs bullshit, where we found out that putting, you know, ketchup on your disc makes the game go faster is what, you know, people know it as. That's not the full story, but yeah. Snap actually did make a very early impact on Battle for Bikini Bottom inadvertently, just because he was acting weird. Like if he just said like, I think I'm saving time to loads, like, we would have just been like, oh, well, all right, we'll just research it. But he was just acting weird, so we assumed he was trying to cheat. So that's how that went down.
Rising players who could take the speed game further.
Oh, that's how the whole shift dictator shit started as well. Because, of course, you know, in classic Twitter and Reddit fashion, I got the full blame for it, and everybody was saying that Shift was banning people who had faster Xboxes than him. Just stupid, dude. Like, this is the way it's always been with me.
Throughout 2017, there was one particular runner who seemed very promising. His name was Blue Hits.
Blue Hits, I remember him. He was the
Blue
best.
Hits had been around the community for some
time,
mostly lurking in the background doing his own attempts. He had started running the game back in early 2016. Inspired by all the new strat finds and world records being set, he would embark on his own speedrunning journey. It was just hard to try and play as best as he possibly could, going up against insane players who dedicated days, weeks, and months into their grinds. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy trying to work towards that goal. As a result, there'd be multiple occasions where Blue Hits would sit down with other like-minded runners who wanted to try and find every possible time save they could theorize, whether large or small.
I really enjoy the effort to like do the 3D modeling and stuff and like create these scenes and shit. It's cool.
During the process of labbing out potential time saves, he would keep up with his speedruns, inching closer and closer to the top spot. First the sub-hour,
like the illustrated. There weren't a lot of them in the BFB.
Then a 57, and before you know it, he was just 1 second off of Snap's world record.
Illustrated scenes.
A number of strategies would be implemented after a bunch of theorizing and testing. You could tell Blue Hits knew a good deal about the game, as during his runs he would start to drag a boo while capturing one to quickly get over to where he needed to be. This hadn't exactly been seen before, and with that came new potential strategies. A boo that was once thought to only be possible with the absolute best luck was on its way to becoming a reality. By first walking with the breaker room boo towards the left wall, you could then start to pull the boo back towards the right side. Once you pulled enough, you could walk with him again to end up collecting him in one cycle. This was huge, as you could then replace Van Gore's 300 HP boo with this much faster option. No one had ever dared to go for this trick in a record-pace run.
Angle.
But that was enough with theorizing for now. Blue got straight to work. He'd adopt some more small time saves, such as using the tablecloth in the tea room to skip the text from the boo, and even a very tiny time save using a precise scare skip in the parlor during the blackout sequence to go directly towards the door as opposed to going around the table, like most runners had been doing. This mini trick would be named Pythagoras Skip, cause, well, yeah, I have no idea why, but who cares?
Wait.
doing. This mini trick opposed to going around the table, like most runners have, to go directly towards the door as opposed to going around the table.
It's called Pythagoras skip because the distance from this point to this point on a triangle is, I think it's shorter than this. Because like they use the Pythagorean theorem to figure that out or something, like in theory. Yeah, the long side is shorter than the sum of the two sides here. So yeah, that's why it is. That's the Pythagorean theorem. So somebody didn't take geometry class, I guess. But Blue Hits did. He passed geometry.
You won.
Mustache, thank you for the 5 gifted,
like
sir.
Most runners have been doing. This mini trick would be named Pythagoras skip, because, well, yeah, I have no idea why.
Do kids not learn that in school?
Who cares?
Congratulations.
When it came down to it, though, the real time save was in fact getting
it's not that crazy of knowledge.
Cycle. Blue Hits was on a run where he would be struggling during the early game, and even going into mid-game. But
Rumi, did you know the Pythagorean theorem?
You won.
I learned about it at some point.
I shouldn't have asked you.
After some good gameplay and a clean recovery during Boolossus, he was back ahead by 3 seconds. Going into Area 4, he'd have to hope he would get good luck and the one-cycle breaker boo. Uncle Grimly, a portrait ghost who was notorious for giving some of the longest wait times for him to be vulnerable to capture, would have to be pretty generous. One quick suck up and it was on to the basement. With the lights turned on and the key collected, it was time to find the boo. Luckily, this boo was hiding in one of the barrels on the top row to the right of the room. If a boo spawns from one of the top barrels, he can easily attack you, at which point you can dodge it and bring him towards the left side of the room. Since he's further towards the right, you can bring down his health a lot more before doing the drags to the right, making it easier to one-cycle, as you're left with breathing room for more cackles. Right, you can dodge it and bring him towards the left side of the room. He can easily attack you, at which point you can dodge it and bring him towards the left side of the room. Since he's further towards the right, you can bring down his health a lot more before doing the drags to the right, making it easier to one-cycle, as you're left with breathing room for more cackles. Blue Hits had successfully gotten Breaker Boo in one cycle,
This is
first
my first
ever to
time
be done on a
watching your
record
stream.
pace run. Blue had also made use of capturing 2 of the toy soldiers at the same time. These can be pretty hard to pull off, as holding on to one of the soldiers for longer periods of time will cause them to break away from you. The fact that these soldiers can also split apart from each other makes it that much harder. Despite the risky situations he was putting himself in, Blue Hits still managed to persevere. He'd be met with more obstacles, and at this point was fighting for his life. He was well ahead of the record, on pace to get a lower 56. His goal was in sight. All he had to do now was take it.
And then, something terrible happened. We actually did get it, huh?
56-20. Over the course of a few years, Blue Hits had gone from starting out his journey with this game to helping find and pioneer new ways to play.
What day did this
ultimately
happen?
out his journey 20.
That's the one thing that I would have done differently is like they had it at some points with the
over the course of a few years, Blue Hits had gone from starting out his journey with this game to helping find and pioneer new ways to play,
where it shows the thing on the side,
ultimately
the little
achieving his
checkpoint.
goal of being the best in the world.
Especially for a
Blue
56,
Hits,
like
this
I
was
want to know
truly
what day that happened, you know.
But even still, he continued to find a drive to grind this game more, with his sights set on a new beast. The 55.
Yeah.
At this point, some runners had seen this game as becoming more and more optimal. How much could one person continue to push the boundaries? This is what Blue had likely been asking himself through all this. His 56-20 was completed on January the 20th of 2018.
Okay, there it is.
And beyond that, he continued to grind the game for hours at a time, late into the night, hoping for the one good pace that would bring him over the top. Many good runs were seen throughout the months he was pouring into this grind. If you had a hard time going to sleep around this era, you could probably pop on Twitch and watch Blue Hits on a good pace in the early hours of the morning,
Such as
only to have it
speedrunning.
lost to some mistake or just bad luck.
Is that
Only
Nick?
to hop on Twitch and watch Blue
that's
Hits
Nick,
on a good
yeah.
pace in the early hours of the morning, only
That's
to have
funny.
it lost to some mistake or just bad luck. June 19th, 2018. Blue Hits would go live on Twitch, same as always. He would start his grind up, working hard at trying to save as much time as he could. He had a 9:39 segment time out of Boo release, something that was nearly unheard of at the time. The next split later, he saved another 8 seconds, bringing his fire save warp down below 14 minutes. It's hard to describe, but at the time, paces like these were nothing short of phenomenal. You could tell based on the difference in gameplay that Blue was bringing Luigi's Mansion to the
It's
next
really hard
level,
to convey how
adding in
good
more
paces
strats
are
and
to
smaller
viewers,
optimizations
people
that
who-
hadn't
let alone
previously
people who
been
have
thought
never
about.
watched a run before.
Finishing Bogmire, he was almost 30 seconds ahead of his 56:20. If some of the Boo hiding spots weren't necessarily considered good luck, Blue would make the best of it, quickly jumping to another possible hiding spot, or, in some cases, using a vacuum to have another furniture piece activate and possibly find the Boo. Exiting the fortune teller Clairvoya's room, he was ahead by 33 seconds. After Boolossus, he'd squeeze out some more time save, and even get a best segment. All of his hard work seemed to be finally paying off, but there was one more gauntlet he'd have to work through. Unfortunately for Blue, the Boo in the breaker room would not be playing nice today. As we've seen before, it's possible that the Boo could go into the pipe room, and if that's the case, he would need to be found, which would require the room to be cleared. The only problem
that's all
with this is that
RNG
runners were
too.
no longer clearing the pipe room, as the Boo in that
Strategy
room
is to
would
know where
not
they
be
are,
needed,
but, like,
and the
yeah.
puzzle could be completed in the dark.
Well,
Finding
maybe
a
not
Boo
for
there
that
would lose a
specific
lot of
room, I don't
time,
know.
especially if the first Boo you
I'm not gonna
found
pretend
was the
to know.
slow 300 HP one. The only way
Like,
he
there are
could
some
keep this
rooms like the kitchen
55
that, like,
pace
you can
going
really just,
would be
like,
if the
figure out
Boo
where they
went
are
back into the
quickly.
breaker room. Fortunately, he did just that. Since not much time was spent completing the cellar room, the Boo would be back in the breaker room in plain sight. Sadly, Blue Hit still lost some time, about 12 seconds to be exact. But would all the previous time save be enough to keep it going? It seemed like as much as Blue Hits was fighting to keep the dream alive, the game would find some way to fight back, making his goal that much harder to achieve.
Such as Luigi.
But after everything he had been through, he wasn't going to take this loss lying down.
That's an interesting way to frame it with the bars. I actually like that even for a 4x3 game. There are some times when he goes out of frame, which makes it a little rough, but yeah, implementing the game sound effects over the that's good. It's good shit. It's one of the things I wanted to do next time.
Oh
as well.
my god. You did it! 55!
Dang, dude, the mic quality is
55,
getting
let's
better
go.
as these runs get better.
A minute barrier that seemed
Speedrunning
absurdly
it.
hard to beat had finally been broken. The collection of the community's finds
Oh, we hit
and broader
1100,
way of
thank
thinking
you.
had not
Thank
only
you.
helped bring the time way down, it also helped shape the way the game would be played from here on out. The community had celebrated as another monumental goal had been achieved. Sure, Blue Hits' run did have some time save in Area 4, but would he want to go back for more?
If you say LM is dead, you're stupid. I'm not done.
I remember when he said that. Yeah.
The rest of 2018 came and went. People were still playing the game, but throughout 2019, there were no new world records set. Blue Hits would take part in the 2019 LM tournament, but unfortunately there would be no improvement from him. The question now was if Luigi's Mansion was truly dead, and the common thought around the community was that it was. Blue Hits did remain
not
optimistic
done.
and even made a comment regarding it on his leaderboard submission. Nevertheless, runners still kept grinding and even met up with each other through the game's done quick events. Things were
It's a
looking good,
photo.
and then the unthinkable happened.
The breaking news, stay at home as the coronavirus pandemic spreads.
The list of
And then everybody fucking came back because there was nothing else to do. Classic.
Major cities across the
Paul,
country
thank you
are
for the
looking
5
more like
gifted,
ghost
sir.
towns.
Businesses across the country forced to shut their doors, already leading to absolutely stunning.
A good majority of the world was essentially locked down.
Congratulations, you
If you were
won.
around during this time, a good majority of the world was essentially
It's before it hit New Jersey.
Congratulations,
locked down.
you won.
If you were around during this time, you would know there wasn't much to do. Most events were closed or went completely online.
You won.
For gamers, this meant that there weren't really any plans to make outside, which
I have a lot to say about COVID. A lot to say about COVID and how it fucked up speedrunning. But I guess I'll keep it short. At the time, it felt like the greatest thing ever, right? Everybody was stuck inside. You could practice. People had a shit ton of time to like make mods and stuff for practicing. Like the indoor shit was crazy for the hobby, but the ramifications it had, like destroying online events, like destroying GQ's competitors, that's really what COVID did. And like, not to be political, but like by design, right? Like COVID destroyed so many small businesses. Pace, you know, because Pace was basically on life support after this, right? No exception. People don't remember how big Pace was in 2019. It was huge. It even fucked up BFBB. You know, like all these games just burned really bright, and everybody was just very mentally ill during that time. Like especially in the SpongeBob community, shit was bad. And yeah, like I think that we'd be in a much better place if it weren't for COVID. But yeah, like it serves you know, it's just the corpo state, right? Like the government's in bed with the large businesses. Like they're not gonna stop it, you know. Just raise the minimum wage to fuck up every single small business and shut them down so they can't stay in business.
Congratulations, you won.
Vegeta, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Yeah, it's really a shame what happened to Pace and all these other events and stuff, and like what are we left with, right? This is one of the reasons why I retired, because we have to fix this. It's been 6 years, right? If we sit around and wait, it's not going to happen.
Congratulations,
So
you won.
that's where my head is at.
which gave ample time to pick up speedrunning. Some new runners joined the fray from all over the world,
you won.
and it was one person far, far away who would be pushing his limits every day to make himself known.
Dude! Oh my dude!
Pablo, right?
This is going in the newspaper tomorrow. I need like a task with losses. Oh yeah, I just got a task with losses.
Yeah, especially by 2022, everybody was talking about this guy like he was the GOAT.
Big.
I never really watched his runs, but I know he was very good at the game.
Apparently, Chauncey sleeps on the floor now.
Pablo Runs had actually started his journey in 2019. After watching the Luigi's Mansion masterclass that Blue Hits put on, Pablo became motivated to pick up Luigi's Mansion himself. Being from the Netherlands, he owned the PAL version of Luigi's Mansion, so competition in the main any % no out of bounds category wouldn't work out. The reason for this is because the PAL and NTSC versions are completely different. In PAL Hidden Mansion, the entire mansion is mirrored,
out of bounds,
ghost patterns
though, right?
are different, and a lot more difficult.
I think that, as far as I know,
and you take double
Joven
the
is the
damage that
record
you
holder
would
for
if
no
you were
out of
playing on
bounds.
the Japanese version. Because of this,
Yeah.
the world record for PAL is several minutes slower than NTSC. With that in mind, Pablo would start off doing runs of the harder PAL Hidden Mansion,
The golden
but would
age
eventually acquire
for
a
us
Japanese copy of the game.
for sure
At
was
this
over
point,
after 2022.
Pablo would practice for several hours a day, multiple days in a row. He'd completely absorb himself in the game to try and practice everything that he could. Just like
Mickey
Blue
Park.
Hits and everyone that came before him, he'd want to prove that he could keep up with the constantly evolving run.
Oh.
Pablo would grind his time down to a 57
That's really cool, yeah.
in late December.
Yeah, we
of
did that with
2019.
SpongeBob too, actually.
This kind of improvement is almost unheard of, considering he had only started his
Making
LM
your own
journey just 3 months
soundtracks for
prior.
for the video.
The video. One could theorize that the harder
Uh,
PAL
to
Hidden
relay to
Mansion
the Twitch
had
viewers.
hardened him in a way, and that switching to the Japanese version would prove to be somewhat of a walk in the park just by comparison. They would be right, but he wouldn't just stop at any percent no out of bounds. He'd cover a wide variety of categories on both NTSC and PAL. Going into 2020, he would work his time down to a 57:10, and just one day
Yeah,
later,
I like the double
he would
dash
tie
one better.
Snap's last submitted time. At this point, the community started to take notice. It was practically impossible to ignore Pablo's rapid increase in skill and his even more insane improvements in time. For a player who was new, he was extremely good at the game. All the strats that Blue Hits had been doing, Pablo was doing as well. And throughout
That's the thing
2020,
is, like,
he would continue to push his
in
times
most
lower,
cases,
inching
like,
ever closer
people
to a
who have
55.
talent, like,
all it would take was
you know
one
they have
last good
talent
push.
right off the bat, you know. You can just see it. The way they look at the game, the way they talk about the game, the way they play the game. Like, this guy actually knows what he's fucking doing. You know? Some people just see the game for
Pablo
what
had
it
been
is.
saving a lot of time over
Which
his
is
low
hard to do,
56,
especially
with
because
55 very well being a
in
possibility.
speedrunning communities, there's a lot of ego because, like, based around, like, for a lot of people who speedrun, it's like it was their first time actually being good at something or being known for something. So there's a lot of ego to get past there, and like just seeing the game for what it is and not like involving your own ego in it. So it's like strangely difficult to be this good at something that just feels so
He was
straightforward.
losing minimal amounts of time, but it seemed like he was in pretty good shape. Despite having completed Boolossus in one cycle, Pablo would lose a lot of time as the remaining Boo left would give him some trouble. It was an unfortunate circumstance, as at this point he was just barely ahead. He had lost a lot of time.
Is that the
but
Guitar
a good
Hero
area of-
fucking sound?
As at this point he was just barely ahead.
You won.
Thank you, Mustache.
In trouble. It was an unfortunate circumstance, as at this point he was just barely ahead.
Yeah, Guitar
He had
Hero
lost a
2,
lot of
right?
time, but a good Area 4 could make up for it.
America is the greatest crunchy in the world. In the history of the world.
Congratulations. You won.
Is it the fourth now?
Oh, dude.
By some miracle, he was bringing it back. Even though the gold splits here weren't accurate due to some changes he made, he was still back ahead. Was it enough?
Good music choice.
After 2 years of no new records, Pablo finally improved the world record by 1 second.
Yes! Yes! Yes, I did it! I did it! I got it! I did it! Oh, I did it!
No matter how big or small this world record was, it proved that Luigi's Mansion was not dead. This was a triumphant
We gotta dig
victory
it out of
for
the ground,
Pablo
too.
and the community. But surely there was time left to save, especially considering the Boolossus. After this new world record, Pablo decided it was best for him to take a break from Luigi's Mansion. Nah, I'm just kidding. He did decide to move on to the other main categories to try and improve his times in those. At this point, the goal that he had in mind was a full world record sweep of the 5 main categories. So in some
It's
aspects,
interesting
he
hearing
did
about
take a
that for
break
other
from No Out
games,
of
because
Bounds,
VFB has
which
never
would
had
give
a
other runners a
consistent
chance to catch
category
up.
set ever.
With there now being 255
The game's
times,
always changed.
some runners had wanted to see if they could be the one to come out on
Like
top
so many
next.
games have like the
Joven,
same
a runner
categories
that
for
had
like
been playing
5, 10
since
plus years. We
2017,
never had that.
was one of the players who looked to be up on the rise. He'd continue to get paces that would make him look like
Oh,
a
this is
contender for
Joven?
world record. In November of 2020, Joven would be on a run that looked like he could
Joven
throw
actually
Pablo
set a
off
world
his
record
game.
yesterday.
Unfortunately, while he would get a
on
55,
our stream.
Joven would just be mere flames
you know what I'm
off
saying.
of Pablo's time. But this run was close enough to world record to make Joven want to continue grinding.
That was a
While
that,
all
that
of
was
this
a
was
world
going
record.
on, another older runner had quietly come back, making his appearance for the first time in over 2 years. And this time, he would be armed with a new strategy.
It's
that would once
impressive
again
that we got
change
that
the game.
far.
It was now possible
like
to complete
that
King
number,
Boo
like, it's just
in only
crazy.
one cycle.
Yeah! Oh my gosh! It's been done!
The community had been active with grinds of their own, as well as strategy testing. Around this era, it wasn't uncommon to see runners in the
51.
LM Discord server grind out potential strat ideas and finding
He's
glitches.
so mean to his friends.
They would goof around and have a bit of fun when they weren't brainstorming
This is how the boys
ideas.
talk about each other,
One
man.
idea was suggested from the Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon runner Vicious, daring LM runner Red's
That's a fire
MSR to beat
profile
King
picture.
Boo with his feet. This of course would
Wait,
be
what the
ridiculously hard to pull off, meaning failure was more Red's MSR to beat King Boo, Moon runner Vicious, daring LM runner Red's MSR to beat King Boo with his feet. This of course would be ridiculously hard to pull off, meaning failure
Oh,
was
I just noticed that's the
this
fucking
of
Burger
course
King
would be
foot lettuce
ridiculously
image.
hard to pull off,
That's
meaning
actually a really
failure
good
was more
Photoshop.
likely. However, in a bizarre turn of events, Red would accidentally shoot one of the spike balls early, popping Bowser's head off prematurely. With this in mind, the community got to work to see if they could somehow keep Bowser's head off for longer by repeating the shot early.
Oh, this is one cycle.
Actually, it was already known to be possible that you could one-cycle King Boo on the 3DS remake of Luigi's Mansion. Now, the 3DS version is quite different from its GameCube predecessor
It's actually a
in
really
terms
solid
of its technical
remake, it
inner
looks like.
workings. But considering the two were alike,
I think
with
it's
some
actually
strats
not even
being
a remake, I
possible
think
in
it's a
both
remaster,
versions,
technically. It does
why
use the
wouldn't it
same
be
code.
possible to do the same here? This idea would be a collective effort between Red, Saria100, and Crazy8 the Ace, amongst other members of the community. But it would finally be worked out and performed live by Saria in the Luigi's Mansion Discord server.
Yeah! Oh my gosh!
America is the greatest crunchy in the world.
Saria!
Yeah, it seems really solid.
This would be an insane find, and what made it even better was having members of the community, new and old, together in one spot to witness something that wouldn't have even been thought about had it not been for a silly suggestion. This new find would save
always
20
the best
seconds
stuff.
off of the run, which would have already brought Pablo's
The
record
stupid stuff
down
is
to a
always the best stuff.
55:37. Between that and some of the time lost from King Boo,
Rehydrated
who's to say
gave us
the
a
world
strategy
record
that
couldn't
was
be
like a
brought down
little
by another
tiny
minute.
movement thing, but
Once
nothing like
again,
that.
it was time to get to work. But who was this older runner who was making his first appearance after being inactive for a few years? The man of mystery himself, Snap32.
Yeah, Snap.
With this new King Boo one-cycle strat now possible,
I
Snap
remember when he
pushed
came back
forward
and
to see
fucked
what
up
he
the
could
game.
do.
I think he actually
This
still
new
is
trick
back.
would be rather inconsistent and would make it that much harder
This
for
is after
runners
he
to go
escaped from
for,
the cops
especially
multiple
being at
times.
the end of the run.
He came back to continue
After a few weeks of
speedrunning LM.
testing, Snap had found a way to boost its consistency, but the trick would remain a daunting obstacle. He wasn't exactly comfortable pulling this off in a run, instead
fucking
opting to
cursors
go
on
for
the
the
screen
insta-shots
and behind
that
the
saved an
timer.
ounce of time, which were found alongside King Boo 1 cycle. This meant he could still go for a normal 2 cycle. Unfortunately for Snap, some of his streaming equipment would be stolen, but he replaced what he
Shit
could,
always was
aimed a
happening to that
webcam
guy.
towards the TV, and started up a run. He was trailing a bit behind Pablo, but there would be room for improvement. It would start to show when he
Really?
got near the end of Area 3.
Is that better?
He was ahead by 14 seconds out of Bulasis. At this point, he changed the times he was comparing against to his best ever segments. This was his
You guys need to
attempt
tell
at
me when
not
you
trying
can't
to
hear
worry
me.
about his pace and to just play. After all,
little?
being behind by almost a minute wouldn't make anyone nervous. To keep up with the times, Snap had to adopt the drag strat for the Break Room Boo 1 cycle, which he managed to perform flawlessly. There was still more to do, so he tried getting a double on the toy soldiers. He wasn't
I think
quite
they do a
able to
triple
get
now,
this,
even.
but in the back of his mind, he knew there was still time to save for the
These
final
fucking
boss.
meme images.
So he kept pushing on.
That's the one of the,
The
guy
rest of the
yelling.
area went pretty well. When it came time to start King Boo, he was already on track to get a 55-52. The nerves had built up as he hadn't held the world record for a couple years. It took him everything he had, but after a couple quick ones, he managed to do
Two
this.
quick ones. a couple of quick ones.
Holy oh. Oh, it's been 2 years since I've had this record. It's done, man.
Oh shit, this is still COVID, wow.
Snap was more than happy to finally be back at it again. Hopefully he'd hang around to try a run with the One Cycle King Boo.
Yeah.
Though this wouldn't actually happen, as he'd once again no longer have time to continue doing attempts. It was up to the rest of the community to try and make that happen. In fact, another longtime runner who was keeping himself up to date with all the new strats, which shocked the community, as he too had held the world record 5 years prior.
So I gotta ask a question. I guess because like my brain like thinks like, because in the BFB doc we talked about like some of the runners like Kona, Jelly, and so forth who didn't necessarily get records, but they made an impact on the game, right? Is there a point in this video where we talk about like Fi-Fi and how many views he was averaging and how much attention he brought to the game? Because I feel like that's kind of like glossed over. I guess just curious, yeah. Because I feel like he was a really big part of the game back in like 2014 or whatever. I did see that he was mentioned though.
May be able to recognize him.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh my god. Holy f***ing shit, dude. Dude, turn the
Super
webcam
influential.
on, bro. He just f***ing got it. I don't even care. Oh my god.
HD Lax had been doing some runs of the category here and there, but this time he was back, and with a new record time of 55:46.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I agree with that, but
was over to visit. Jared had previously been
perhaps
busy doing
it's
attempts
more
on
so a
HD
style
setup,
choice.
and after having the urge to play, HD wanted to try one attempt. Neither had imagined this run would turn out the way it did.
The world record,
The two were
yeah,
both
that's a crazy
ecstatic
story.
over watching this one-off run turn into something great. This would also be the first record set with the new King Boo One Cycle strategy. But
Oh,
actually,
wow.
hold on a second. Now it should be mentioned that while all these records were being set, a majority of the attempts these
HD
runners
has
would put
great
in
fucking hair,
wouldn't end
dude.
up finishing. This has to do
Look at
with
that
the
fucking
process
flow.
of searching for boos. The faster the times got, the more necessary it had become to find boos on the first try. See, these boos will be hidden in objects throughout the rooms. Your trusty Game
That's
Boy
a crazy
Horror Boo
flow,
radar
dude.
will let you know if you're getting close to an object that has a boo or a decoy. In every room, the radar flashing red near an object would give you a 50-50 chance of that object actually containing the boo. This is not to mention that certain rooms would be
Flow
physically
state.
bigger and may have a lot more boo hiding spots. So these boo hunts could become much bigger time sinks than you'd want.
I'm sure HD
That makes
has a
runs
lot of
like
sex for
HD's
sure.
one of a
yeah.
kind. Being able to pull off times like that on the very first attempt of the
Elon.
day. With
You think that HD looks like Elon Musk? Bro, that's fucking crazy.
object that has a boo or a decoy. In
Wow.
every room, the radar flashing red near an object would give you a 50-50 chance of that object actually containing the boo. This is not to mention that certain rooms would be physically bigger and may have a lot more boo hiding spots. So these boo hunts
HD
could
Musk.
become much bigger time sinks than you'd want. That makes runs like HD's one of a kind. Being able to pull off times like that on the very first attempt of the day. With that in mind, the times were starting to get ridiculously low. But how much lower was it going to go? Still on the grind was Joven, and 4 days after HD's run, Joven would go on to snipe the record with a 55:43. The run wasn't without its problems, and determined to get a better time, he'd achieve
crazy
a
how fast they play this game
55:39
even at
just
this
1
point.
week later. He had opted to go for the insta-shots for 2-cycle King Boo in his 55:43, so as to not jeopardize the run where he was already ahead by some time. However, the following run wouldn't be as lucky, meaning he had to chance the 1 cycle, which luckily for him paid off.
Dude, did I just get record again? Oh my god! Let's go! Let's go!
Things were really heating up. Pablo, after seeing all the new improvements, wanted to reclaim his spot at the top once again. He would get pretty close, finishing a run with a time of 55:45. This would have been the record if he had gotten it just 8 days earlier. But that didn't matter now. Wanting to save as much time as he could, Pablo would implement a couple new strategies involving collecting numerous ghosts at the same time, one of which was found by him. These new finds, along with some better gameplay and good luck, would land him 20 seconds ahead of his splits. Area 4 would not be so kind, as he'd lose over half that time going into the final fight. It was gonna take a 1 cycle King Boo to get him the record.
Does this documentary include runs that like didn't make it? Because that was one of the things that I wanted to like do, like with the ones that we did 6 years ago for SpongeBob. It's like sometimes I would show runs that didn't make it to like keep people on their toes to not know whether that was going to be a record or not.
Don't make me come down there, you
Amidst all the excitement from this battle for the world record, a small new find would shock the community. Laser Crusader, a user who would spend time modding Luigi's Mansion, had found an odd anomaly that had been overlooked by the developers.
Because a lot of history videos, like, you know it's going to be a record when you're seeing the run, because that's the run that was preserved, you know.
After which, you could use the ball in his room to attack him.
I mean, I guess, like, for SpongeBob, right, I held the record for over 10 years. And I have all my VODs saved, so there's a lot more footage to work with,
so you can forget trying to hit him with the ball early.
Like, there's just footage of, like, every world record attempt for, like, 8 straight years.
What Laser Crusader found is that this invisible cutscene trigger, which would cause Luigi to freeze in place, doesn't cover the entire room. If you were to stand in a small spot to the left of the crib and activate the rocking horse, you could still move around until you walk into the cutscene trigger once more. By luring the ball over while in this free roam state, you can in fact hit Chauncey early, skipping the wait of having to watch his animation while he wakes up on top of another text box. The find would only save a few seconds, but in a game nearing total optimization, it would be enough to give runners a push to keep going.
This is me.
Yes! Yes! I would show more of a reaction, but honestly, I'm just finally glad I got it. Record is back to the US of A.
But how long would the record stand in the US of A? Reminiscent of the Blue Hits era, Pablo would want to add anything and everything he could to save time. A trick that was normally used only if the run wasn't on great pace was used at all times now by a few top runners, collecting a boo double from both the ballroom and the neighboring storage room. This was a potentially problematic strat that had been known about since 2016.
Yeah, it's
another
rough.
effort from Michael T00 and Scott.
Archiving shit's rough.
In order for this trick to work, you would have to hope that the boo in the ballroom is in the right set of chairs. This way, when you go to the next room, that boo will stand in place for some time. If he were in any other object, the time loss that would come from having to search these other objects would mitigate the time saved, and there wouldn't be enough time during his spawn for you to leave. Thus, the boo would fly around and eventually leave the room. After spawning him from the right set of chairs, you would have to quickly find the boo in the storage room and try to manipulate him into going down to the ballroom. Once he pops through the wall, you can go back to the ballroom, where they should be in the same spot together, making for an easy suck-up. This would also skip one of the EGAD calls, saving even more time on top of that. This would prove to be a risky trick, as if any of the steps went wrong, then the setup for the trick would be broken, causing more time loss than it's worth. If Pablo wanted to really pioneer the metagame even more, he'd have to implement anything he could. This could involve a strat mainly suitable for a TAS. For brief context, a TAS, or as mentioned earlier in this documentary, a tool-assisted speedrun, is a run performed on an emulator in which a user can slow the game down frame by frame and insert whatever controller inputs they want at any specific time they want to. This can lead to a theorized perfect run. With this, you would typically see strategies not usually capable by humans. In March of 2016, the first any percent no out of bounds task was created by Tass Malio, a Paper Mario tasser who was brand new to the world of Luigi's Mansion. He would have help from runners around that time to try and figure out what would be the optimal strategies to do. One of these strats would later be coined swag balls. Despite it sounding like something you'd see out of the early 2010s internet, swag balls was a very quick trick where instead of tracking down yarn balls that would roll on the floor that would be used to attack the portrait ghost Nana, Tass Malio would simply hold his vacuum out and the balls would just instantly shoot straight out of the vacuum. It's one of those tricks where if you blink, you'll miss it. Pablo and Saria 100 would wonder if this was possible to do in real time. Pablo even made a video which explains the situation in more detail. But nevertheless, they managed to replicate it, which would then be added into Pablo's runs. With this in mind, it was time for him to get to work. With all the new luck-based and more precise strategies added into the run, it would drastically increase the difficulty, on top of the added pressure of having to do all these things in one good run. Luigi's Mansion, what once was a speedrun with simpler and more consistent methods, was now becoming a monster gauntlet of precise tricks and luck-based gameplay. Pablo had been on lots of good paces, but that wouldn't make the grind any less frustrating. In May of 2022, he would be on a run where his time save would fluctuate, but eventually paid off in the end as he was over 30 seconds ahead leaving Van Gore, with only one more thing to do. If he were to get this one cycle, he could achieve a 55.05, a time just 6 seconds off of a 54, a minute barrier that was once thought to be impossible. He would have to hope the fight went well.
Where are we now? 53.
Sadly for Pablo, King Boo had gotten in his way when trying to make the second ball shot towards Bowser's head, causing it to blow up prematurely.
This is still record though,
he had to take a backup 2 cycle, which would leave him with a 55.25. It was close, but after everything, he knew that 54 was right around the corner. He spent the rest of the summer grinding hard for a shot at an insane run. Many paces would come and go. The viewers had eagerly been keeping up with his streams to see if he
I didn't
could pull
realize
it
that
off.
EAD didn't do
In
Prime.
August, Pablo had a run that really wasn't great, but in the end could PB with a 1 cycle. After an even quicker setup known as a TAS 1 cycle, he managed to pull off a 5-second PB. He had still yearned for the next minute barrier break, which would motivate him to keep going. And just 4 days later, he was on another run. After saving only seconds throughout most of the run, he would go on to save 16 seconds on Boolossus, and then another 3 seconds after that. With this, he had a best possible time of 54.48.
I guess that EAD was developing Sunshine, so that makes sense.
What was weird though was how he seemingly dropped a single toy soldier. Normally you would drop it during a double after not giving one of them enough attention, but it could be that he was holding on to the green one for just a bit too long. Either way, this killed off a lot of his time save. Still, he pulled through with a 55.13. The times were getting even closer to the elusive 54, but it seemed like something was preventing it from happening. Still, runners pushed on. Joven had been trying to keep up with everything that Pablo had been doing. There were a couple tricks that Joven wouldn't do, but regardless, he was still able to get good paces. He was on a run that would be a high 54 pace going into Area 4, but throughout the area he'd lose time, ultimately leading to a 55.07. The run was now just 8 seconds away from obtaining the 54. But who would be the one to get it?
As the summer of 2022 was nearing the end, the competition was growing stronger, as soon some runners would have to go back to school, including Pablo. But with the 54 being within reach, he would have to push himself harder than ever now to get it in time.
Joven the Zombie's goat.
Where he'd slowly save more time throughout his
setting
splits.
records in multiple
54
games.
was looking promising, but it wasn't until he went to Toy Soldiers where he would get the chance to save a bunch of time that he previously lost.
Shit, that was a great fucking stream.
It seemed that if he were to get 54, it was gonna be close. one basement section, and some smaller time losses later, it was still possible that he could obtain, at best, a 54-56. All he had to do was play perfectly.
29. I choked it. Everybody died. I was the last one. If I just traded out like my AKU for the scavenger, like I wasn't thinking about like that they died so the scavenger was back in the box. So I just run around with a crossbow with no ammo the whole time. Okay. Just being stupid.
Once again, because King Boo was in the way, it made the second bomb shot impossible, as it would explode upon impact of King Boo's hitbox.
It was my fault.
This would mark the first time anyone had ever been on 54 pace going into the final boss. He was more determined than ever now to go for the minute barrier break. However, after he consistently streamed for days before he'd have to go back to school, he would not see another 54 pace that late into the game. Pablo would walk away with a 55.09, just 2 seconds off the world record. He had unfortunately ran out of time, and would be forced to temporarily stop streaming, as his studies would take up most of his time. The speedrunning scene for Luigi's Mansion was at a weird standstill at this point, as the only other record contender would do some runs, but not too many, and he wasn't actively seeking out a 54. Some had wondered how long it would be before Pablo would come back.
Fi-Fi playing Pokemon.
He wasn't trying to grind out runs all day and all night, but he definitely put in some
October
attempts to achieve his
2022.
goal. And just like that, he was on another 54 pace. With this run, he would improve some of his best segment times. In what was almost deja vu, as long as he kept it together, there's a chance he could wind up with a 2-second improvement from that last attempt. Are you f***ing kidding me? Again? While it seemed as though Pablo was more than capable of getting the time, there was always something that would stop him. First, King Boo gets in the way, twice, then he undershoots the second bomb. To be fair, this was mostly uncharted territory, and just like Blue hits, there would be many good paces that would die to some unforeseen circumstance, whether it be based on nervousness or a troll from the game itself. Much like the first time, Pablo would soon find himself at the end of his school break, and would once again have to prioritize his life over the speedrun. This last encounter with a run like that would start to bug him, leaving him thinking about how he could still find some time to do runs during this busy time of the year. So on occasion, Pablo would stream attempts for about 3 to 5 hours when he did find some free time. They wouldn't come often, but when they did, it would be very exciting to watch and see if he could do it. So in the end, the question became, could he do it?
Okay, yeah, he made this himself. Solid, man.
Yes, I did it! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! It's over! I cannot believe this! I cannot believe it!
When did this
I actually
documentary
got it.
come out?
This feels unreal, man. This doesn't feel real.
At long last, it had finally been done. A 54-52. And what a run it was. segment times that before had been unthinkable were now performed on console, which would culminate in the first minute barrier break the category had seen in the last 4 years. Could the run go lower? Of course. This 54 wouldn't be without some small mistakes, including having to get an extremely clutch backup after missing the toy soldier double.
Yeah, recent.
And even forgetting the save warp after Armory Boo. In fact, this run itself would have been in the 5440s without those mistakes. But as of today, this is where the current world... hold on. Funny Chauncey gets up down in the early 40s, and Luigi suck up. Wait, what? Oh my god, I got it! Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude! Did you watch that? I did!
Yeah, I remember when this was found, yeah.
A new find shocked the entire community. This was something that had been talked about for years, but unfortunately was stopped at every turn, because no matter what anyone did, it simply did not seem to be a possibility. That is, until a longtime friend of the Glitch Doctor, a guy who didn't even speedrun the game, messaged him with an anomaly that up to this point had never been documented. The two would get into a call, and eventually through Pike's guidance, the Chauncey 1 cycle was performed live in front of other members of the community. If you want to hear more about the in-depth detail involving its findings, you can check out this video, which will be linked in the description. Naturally, this prompted other runners to try the trick out themselves. Within just a short time, loads of people were getting it. What was the secret? A frame-perfect R-pump, kinda like you would do with a Boo. However, it would not involve holding down the left trigger. It's thought that the very quick R-pump around the time that Chauncey breaks off can interrupt him actually breaking off. This now meant that every boss, and hell, even every portrait ghost for that matter, could now be one-cycled. But how much time did this new strategy save? None. This now meant that every boss, and hell, down the left trigger. It's thought that the very quick R-pump around the time that Chauncey breaks off can interrupt him actually breaking off. This now meant that every boss, and hell, even every portrait ghost for that matter, could now be one-cycled.
Yeah.
But how much time
I didn't realize
did
it
this new
led to all
strategy
that.
save? Over half a minute.
For just that one.
This was the single biggest time save to be found for this game, if you're not counting the out of bounds discovery. And it helped that it was also so early in the run too,
Biggest
compared
time
to the
save
King
ever.
Boo 1 cycle. After some attempts, loads of people were getting it at least once, making
the
it a
classic
more welcoming
Jared's
step to
Giants
perform
layout.
for runners of all skill types. This was truly the beginning of a new era. That same night it was found, the record for Chauncey Key was nabbed up. Twice. And a record for any percent would be set not too long after. So this meant that no out of bounds wasn't too far behind, right? At this point, no one was really grinding for a world record in this category. Some had
It's
done
to make
runs
it
to
more
at least
like
try
a
to
better
take advantage
casual
of the
game
new
and a better
time
speed
save,
run.
But weirdly enough,
to pull
it
together
seemed
all
like
the
almost
runners of different
everyone that was
SpongeBob
going for
games into
serious
one
time
game.
would end up choking the runs that they were ahead on.
And give us more
This
control over
resulted in
what
somewhat of a
glitches are in the
death of
game.
category yet again. You would think someone would want to seize the opportunity to come out on top, especially in the first category you see when you open the leaderboards. This just wasn't the case. Pablo was mostly just concerned with 100%, and Joven didn't really have any interest in doing no out of bounds. Snap really wasn't active in the community at all. You know, aside from that one post he made about 100%. Then another one, and another, and another. Snap had come back and beaten Pablo once again, this time by 3 seconds. Before Chauncey 1 cycle, almost anyone you asked would have probably told you that Pablo's...
That's kind of like that's just goathood, right? This guy can come back at any point over the course of like 10 years that he's been playing at this point and still get records off of anybody. Like he can just beat any player.
Record wouldn't have been beaten, or at least not for
like
a
the
long
amount of times
time.
I've heard Snap,
But it
like
was
Snap
here,
is back
and
and he
he's
got
dead.
record. Like you just
So
hear
how
that
did this
so
one
much
play
when you're
out?
following the game.
There weren't really any major mistakes as far as
Crazy.
time loss goes. Some of the boos were in bad spots, and Uncle Grimly took a few seconds to show his heart, and maybe some small time losses came from equally sized chokes spread out throughout the run. Aside from that, this run showcased a successful Chauncey 1 cycle, got the tech skips in laundry room and kitchen,
Yeah,
Did
Tobo
the
is pretty
fastest
fucking
projection
crazy,
save warp
man.
you
Like,
could get.
he played the game for like
Record
20
one
years,
cycle,
didn't he?
an
Fucking
insane
wild.
toy soldier double, and after all that, a 51-55 Van Gore split. Snap then closed this run out with, of course, a King Boo 1 cycle. In fact, this wasn't his only PB that day. Just 10 hours prior, he went from his old 55-49 PB to a 55-17. So, in the span of just 11 hours, he managed to PB by over a minute, and ultimately edged himself in
15 years at
history
least.
as being the first runner to improve the any percentile out of bounds world record using the Chauncey 1 cycle.
But even
This
though
guy's
he
a
wouldn't have
fucking
many
wild
mistakes throughout the
speedrunner,
run,
dude.
the small ones that he did have would add up. It is a very good run, though the time loss, in addition to Snap's use of some easier strats, wouldn't keep others from taking his spot for long. Joven was creeping up on him, and he'd have some good runs with Chauncey 1 cycle under his belt. During
Joven's
one
got
of
the fucking
sessions,
Giga Chad
he'd
jawline,
have 3
bro.
record paces to Area 4, with one of them
Mogging
getting
the
to
whole
King
fucking
Boo,
mansion
though
with that
all of them
jawline.
would be a bust. Almost 4 months after Snap's run, Joven would see another good pace. There was still some time loss, including this funny banana
Literally.
gag, but combined with some newer faster strats, he'd clutch out first place by 6 seconds. 54, a minute barrier that would have been inconceivable in years past, had just welcomed its third runner. As with the different eras of the speedrunning scene, the faster the top time got, the
was
harder
such
the
a funny
competition would
game.
become. You'd have to pray to get insanely lucky for even a chance at a time like this. Unless you're Pablo. While saving seconds upon seconds, Pablo would perform a very good run. He'd have an insane nano room with the swag ball strat, he'd use the more optimal ghost grouping methods, and then of course with the good comes the bad. Some lackluster boo hiding locations, a rather large mishap in Safari Room, a 5-second Grimly, and some other minor mistakes. And even with that, he'd still be well within record pace.
I'm literally on pace to record with a 2 cycle. Yes! Oh, dude, what a good run. I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless. What is this run?
Throughout all the years that players have speedrun this game, there'd always be one run that people thought was untouchable. Then someone comes along and proves them wrong.
Yeah.
That too goes for Pablo's run of 54-20. Sort of. If he hadn't made any mistakes throughout the run, and everything went smoothly, he may have very well had a 53. Regardless, this 54-20 has proven to be one of the most legendary runs of the mansion, and I'm unsure whether this run would even be beaten for a long time.
And then it does. So, I think we're just wrapping this up as we're getting close to the current day record. Yeah, we can do that.
$54.20. I had a feeling I was gonna get a $54.20. I don't know why. This is like a time that basically matches my OPB in terms of quality. This is not my final PB, by the way. I am gonna go for the 53 one day because this run proves it's possible.
Sorry, this is a separate run?
We're gonna do someday. Someday.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, let's go. Feels good. Record back in the US of A.
It's funny, I honestly thought that Pablo's run was going to be the perfect ending for this video. Then Joven comes back out of nowhere and gets this 54-12.
Yeah.
And honestly, this run was actually pretty smooth. There were a few unfavorable things that slowed Joven down, like the boo double being a little slow due to the storage room boo being a bit uncooperative. He didn't do swag balls. He wasn't able to get the fastest projection save warp strategy.
Wow.
Bulasis's ice element from the right side statue would go out of bounds, which forced Joven to do a backup strat with the ice from the other statue. Oh, and how about a quarter of the required boos being found second try? When I mention everything like this, yeah, the run sounds kinda bad. But on the other hand, so much during the run went right. And if anything, this further proves that a 53-minute time is in fact possible.
It just shows the potential of the game. Because like maybe people who don't know speedrunning, like how speedrunning communities work, is like they would think that they're like dogging on them for like making mistakes, but that's not how it is at all. It's like getting a record with that many mistakes is like really impressive. Obviously you want to see a run that doesn't have mistakes, but it shows that like there's a lot more potential left in the game.
I honestly can't believe it's gone down this much. But finally,
and he got 53
this
this year, I think.
This time.
So.
This is where the current world record stands as of this video. From a 133.53 in August of 2005 to a 54.12 in January of 2025, this run has seen an impressive amount of large and surprising changes, and along the way, we have witnessed many talented players show off their skill. As of this recording, there are over 700 runners for the any % no out of bounds category on the leaderboards.
I thought it was more than that.
You can find the leaderboards at speedrun.com/LM,
700
which also has guides on how to run the game, depending on what category you want to do. So what's in the cards for the future of Luigi's Mansion? Who knows? There is still time to save off the current world record, and new strategies are actively being discussed and found to this day.
Yeah, Joven got 53 last month, and he got 51 last night.
And made possible to be
nah,
done in
but
real time.
obviously he's a
Could
fucking
we see
goat,
an older
right?
runner
Like
come back and take the spot,
he's a
or welcome
fantastic
someone new?
speedrunner.
Only time will tell. But with that being said, we would like to thank
You
everyone
gotta
for watching
just
this
not go
documentary
down as much
about our community.
on Call of the
We hope you enjoyed watching. If you are interested
Yeah,
in seeing more
great video.
documentaries of some of the other categories, or even other games that I, Glitch Doctor, have had a hand in, leave a comment down
I didn't know
below.
he ran Splinter
Don't
Cell.
forget to check out the runners mentioned, some of whom are currently active today. The links to their Twitch streams will be in the description below. If you would like more interesting stuff to watch, I compiled an hour-long video of many of the glitches within Luigi's Mansion. We would also recommend our friends over at the SPM Community channel for their world record progression of Super Paper Mario speedrunning. Until
Yeah, I've
next
seen
time,
that one. That's a good video.
take
too.
care and peace.
Nice. That's a good way to end it. Yeah, and get the credits. Yeah. Yeah, the SPM one's good too. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta watch the credits. Yeah. Yeah, very inspired video. Very Luigi's Mansion. Very good. Yeah, it's really solid. So we're talking about like different inspirations for... Oh, okay. Oh, it's like different... Wait, I'm confused. It's like different pages of inspiration? Also, thank you guys for the shout out. I appreciate that. Special thanks. Yeah, it's like different inspirations, yeah.
Yes.
Very cool. Yeah, they could never really replicate this this type of feel for a Nintendo game. Yeah, the Rixer is like the GOAT speedrun content creator. I agree with that. Couldn't agree more. That guy is speedrunning. Ugh. But he's gonna have some competition someday. Now that I'm done. That's funny. Is that actually how the game ends? Because I don't think I. That actually is how the game ends. That was a great video. No, it's never the end. It's never the end. But yeah, that was very good. Really enjoyed that. Pretty early in the night too, so we got time for more. We can watch that video that Star uploaded, talking about his thoughts on the stuff that just happened recently. Yeah, I will. I know how to get to link to his shit here.
I'll accept it.
Yeah, it's getting some good views. The future of SpongeBob speedrunning, similar to what I'm working on. Similar, actually. My video is gonna probably be like 15 to 20 minutes long soon, but it's like getting people up to date with stuff that's happening with the game.
So today I will be.
All right, let's see what Star's got to say. Channel's getting bigger. It's just hit 1,000 subs on the tube. All right.
So today I will be discussing certain things in relation to Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning and the future of the Xbox Any % category, as well as the game's future in general. If you recall, on June 29th, 2026, I broke the Any % rolled record by 2 seconds, ending Shift's reign as the record holder, which lasted exactly 10 years and 10 days. First, let me go into detail on the grind that it took to
psycho
achieve this.
graph,
It all
dude.
started on May 26, 2026. This was the day that my current Xbox Any % grind started. For context, at the time I started the grind, I only had plans to go for a time around the mid to low 41 range. And oh boy, little did I know what I was awaiting. Because literally the day that I started this grind, I got this run. This run was actually 40 pace into Dream. However, the rest of the run didn't go very splendid, and I ended up finishing at 42:20 after making
annoying as
some
fuck.
really bad mistakes in Dream 2, Graveyard, and Murmler. Still personal best by 12 seconds. However, I was left quite disappointed and quite shocked at what this run could have been if I had actually played well past Kelp Forest. Dude, that literally came out of fucking nowhere. What the fuck was that run? Fast forward a week and a half, and I got on a run that was barely 39 pace into Larry Slide, but then some unfortunate stuff happened. Although
Yeah, that
this
shit's
run
really
was
stupid
also
with the
40 pace
ball.
into
Like, you
Fast
miss a
Nut,
cruise boost
but
and it hits the cheeks.
then I choked, and choked, and choked. Still ended up finishing a 41:58 though. Yeah, did not care. This run fucking sucked. Now we fast forward to June 14th, 2026. A huge day in Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrunning. That day, I got this run. This run was easily on pace for a sub 40:50 into Fast Nut, and usually with these paces I would fumble under pressure. However, this run was different. Fast Nut and Tankerless all went great. However, the post Tankerless was relatively slow. Regardless, I ended up finishing a 41:02, a time that was 25 seconds away from Shift's record of 40:37. This was the closest anybody had ever been to the record in 10 years. Ever
That's
since
right.
Fuff was 5 seconds off the record
Yeah.
back in June of 2016.
That's
as
right,
soon as
yeah.
I got this run, I knew
Red Moss
my
was the
BFB
closest
speedrun
before him.
career was changing forever. And when
40
Shift announced
seconds.
his retirement shortly after I got my run, I knew that I had to keep pushing. Personally, I was in quite a disbelief after what had happened that day. I didn't really feel too much pressure being quote-unquote.
Yeah, it must be surreal, because, like, I don't know if Star's here right now, but, not to speak for him fully, but, like growing up watching somebody who, like, pushed the record for 10 years and, like, seemed unbeatable, and then like getting that close and like knowing you can do it is pretty fucking crazy. Also, like, if Star didn't get that run, I mean, like, he said that he was gonna probably like stop and move on to other games, like after he got like a decent like 40 or something. Maybe he gets a record, barely, maybe he doesn't. But I don't know, like, I was saying that like in my final run that I uploaded that I reset, like, just because I knew that I didn't have to play anymore, right? I was like, you know, if you don't, I understand like you don't want to play this game forever. And if you don't, like, that's totally fine, but I just want to let you know that you know, you've made a huge impact on this game in more ways than just the run itself, you know, all that good stuff. But I kind of realized, like going, no, I hope he doesn't move on, right? Like, we need him. But what I'm saying is, like, as that run progressed and I'm, like, talking it through, like, while I'm playing, I kind of realized that, like, this is my only opportunity, right? This is our only opportunity to get somebody who's like new, fresh. He doesn't have like all this bitterness toward like the community and the game and so forth, like that I've like built up. Like, obviously, like, my perspective is going to be a lot different than somebody who's like in this position who observed all of it, right? Like, there's a lot of shit that I hold on my shoulders at this point, like a lot of chips on my shoulders. Bless you.
Thank you.
Like, there needs to be somebody who loves the game and has not been through all this shit, and has like fresh hands and isn't like tired. He's still young. Like, this is, how many more years could I feasibly like do that shit? And like, also just like not like, you know, like, I just knew it was time. I knew it was time. Especially, like, my improvement rate over the past couple years was just so slow ever since the injuries started, man. It's like, I knew that, like, if I didn't do something in that moment, there's a good chance that, like, maybe he does move on, you know? So, like, I don't know, everything just kind of happened the way that it did. And, like, part of, like, actually being great at something is knowing when to put it down. Like, you know that it's time. So, that's my perspective on this whole thing. How much these new controllers help with runs? A lot, dude. I'm actually going to talk about that as well. Like, they make your movement faster, more precise. The Xbox controller is always recalibrating, like the OG ones, like, because of the potentiometers having like dead angles and stuff, like, they literally slow down while you're running. Like, over the course of a full session, like, your controller, like if it wears down and like angles get bad, you'll notice like you're getting slower, and then like the next time you play, like, the movement's different again, and it's different again, because every time you play it recalibrates and you got to relearn the angles every single day you play the game. Like, the Hall effect era is just like, it's going to change the game, you know? There are certain tricks that work better with new controllers, there are certain tricks that work worse with new controllers, and like, having one that's just consistent the whole time and precise and doesn't have stick drift is like massive for the fucking game. Like, it's honestly crazy that the game was able to be pushed this far on OEM for that long. But Star is innovating the game in that regard, and he figured out a way to have like lagless controllers that also don't have degradation for angles. Like, they use magnets to detect like where you're moving. You know, they're more comfortable, they don't hurt your hands. I destroyed my hands cruise boosting on that shit for 10 years, man. So, like, I served my purpose in the community as far as a runner goes, right? I've served my purpose. The game's alive. It was kept alive. It kept progressing. The longest... There's still not been a world record in the game. Maybe, I think, all time that stood for longer than a year, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think that the time between Cole getting his last... No, I think that the only one that was, like, the longest gap was, like, between Cole finishing up with GameCube runs and then coming back to do Xbox 360 runs at some point in, like, 2015. But yeah, I just want to finish Star's video. We could talk more.
Pass the torch. Although it definitely felt weird at first. I didn't really feel too much pressure being quote-unquote pass the torch.
That's good.
Although it definitely felt weird at first, averaging like 100 concurrent viewers after that, since I was usually used to just sitting in the 20 to 30 viewer range. I knew I would eventually be able to get the record, since I was getting some record paces deep into the run. Although part of me was worried that it was going to take too long to get it, seeing that I had struggled a lot lately with getting runs to late game. But surely enough, after daily 8-hour streams games for 2 weeks straight, I finally secured the record with a 40-35, beating.
And he also got this run, like, not the day that I retired. 2 weeks after I retired, I gave it like 2 weeks to like get my thoughts together and like have a concise like script to update people in a digestible manner. Like 5-minute video 2 weeks after I retired, like officially announcing it for people who weren't already aware that it was done. And then he gets that run the day after. So all the people who saw that video, it was like 30,000 people, like they were aware of it and they were ready to watch that run when it went on YouTube. So like literally not even a single beat was skipped. It's like immediately, like the game continues. There's never been a point over the last 10 years where this game, like, there hasn't been anything going on. There has never been a point in my 10 years of being around this game that it hasn't been interesting. It's so crazy. Well, the reason why is because people have short attention spans, right? They see a 4-hour video that was the full VOD of like my final run, talking and then playing movie after. They don't click on it because it's too long. I posted on Twitter, I posted on Discord and whatnot, but yeah, I mean, it's just people just don't have attention spans. That's all that is, you know. The community knew.
Record by just 2 seconds. I was an immense relief after this run, seeing as I didn't need to worry anymore about whether or not I was going to be the first to end a legendary speedrunner's 10-year reign. I could finally focus on getting sub 40 and pushing the category as far as I could. And now let's talk about stuff. I'm currently focusing on getting sub 40 and also becoming a Twitch partner, which requires me to average more than 75 viewers around the 60-day period.
Very
I actually
doable
would
now,
appreciate
yeah.
your help on this, and you can follow me on Twitch, first link in the description.
Yes, please
anyway,
do.
I currently don't plan on going any lower than 39, as I don't think that 38 is realistic with the strategies currently done in runs.
It will be.
That being said, there are definitely several strats that you can add that might make it doable. However, a lot of them are extremely inconsistent. Piling those awful strats onto the...
Well, I'm going to talk about this in my next video, is that like, that's like what it is though, right? Like, now that the early game 1 frames are consistent because of the piano rolling. Now that you can set up UCBs faster because of the precision of the controller and like the movements faster. Like you can have a controller that sets up UCBs fast and turns fast. So you can have fast movement sections and fast setups in the same time. Whereas before with the OEM controllers, it was really just one or the other, right? Like when the controller is brand new, you have to set up UCBs slower because of the stick drift. And then when the controller is older, you set them up faster, but the movement is slower. But now you have both. So like these segments are literally just getting faster. Like these late games that he's getting now are like so much more feasible to push lower because of the hardware that's being used now. So because everything's more consistent and faster, and we also have like, for example, glideless. You guys remember when I hit glideless and pace, right? And then like I fucked up the bowling shot after that. It's because, like, a trick like glideless where you're moving so precisely and reacting to, like, where you're going off the edge. Like, you need, like, maximum control to be able to do that. But then when you get after that, like, the controller is brand new for OEM we're talking about still. Like, hitting the bowling shot after that, dealing with the stick drift is, like, almost impossible. So, like, you had, like, either or. And now, but with the Hall effect sticks, like, you can actually... I think that glideless is feasible. I was getting runs with it on OEM a year ago. I was getting runs on it with OEM 2 years ago. I think that glideless in a run is feasible now, like, for sure. And whether Star wants to do it or somebody else wants to do it, you know. I think that someday it's going to happen.
The already humongous pile of extremely difficult strats.
I got it 7 times in a row in practice,
It's not
man.
worth it to me at the moment. Also, a question I get asked quite frequently is whether or not I'm going to do any other categories after any %. And at the moment, I don't really have an exact answer. However, I definitely think that there's unfinished business in the other categories, like 100% all unique tasks. I guess it kind of depends on how long it takes me to get 39. Anyway, that's all I really have to say for now. If you enjoyed, like and subscribe.
Yeah, I think he also wants to run other games too.
Like these. But until next time, peace.
Well, that's cool. I mean, with I'm getting recommended fucking Chud Slop. I watch a lot of controversial videos in my spare time. I find them fascinating. But anyway, yeah, no, he's pushing the game to levels that are You know, this would never have been thought possible, the kinds of paces that he's getting now. So, yeah, I mean, good for him. Well, I listen to a lot of different opinions. So, I like controversial things. I'm fascinated by it. And that's that. So, yeah, good for Star. I'm going to be posting a video that talks about, like, his innovations and advancements. So, yeah, that'll be out soon, hopefully. My next upload, I'm not sure, like, maybe, like, the next few days, but I really have to get this other announcement started. Because, the subathon's coming. You know, there are a lot of tight schedules going on here with this subathon. I'm not really sure if we're going to get everything done in time. So, we'll see. But yeah, it's kind of late now. It's like 1 in the morning. I don't know what we should do now. I'm down to play like Mario Kart or something. Friday. Not enough people have it set up. But yeah, I guess I should also mention, like, for the past year, I think, like, around the time before I got that sub 41, the first one, I mean, I was saying that 38's possible. I think that the game can go as far as a 38-30 right now. I think that 38-30 is possible. I think he already did, didn't he? I mean, we added new categories, so he doesn't have it, like, by technicality, I guess. I don't know. Like, and I should also say, like, Star shouldn't be expected to just permanently play just this game forever. Right? Like, Star should absolutely, like, try other stuff at some point if he wants to. I know he was saying he wants to, but, like, that's the point, is that the game, like, most games don't have constant records happening, like, every single month for 10 years. You know? So I wouldn't pressure him to fucking try to do this shit literally every day forever. I think it'd actually be really good for the speedrunning community if he gets really good at other games as well. And, now that we're in control of the narrative and we can make content and stuff, and, you know, I'm actually in a good mood streaming, and, like, people who used to play the game are going to come back and watch and hang out and play again. You know, we have a lot of people who can get really good too, who want to get good. They just don't know how, and that's what we're going to be trying to do going forward. And then there'll be, like, you know, another documentary that'll get more people like Star who got in through the first documentary, and, like, there'll be a second wave of new gen runners. I mean, like, it's crazy to think that, like, someday Star will be old, right? Like, Star will be in this position someday. And I'm kind of banking on it. I'm kind of banking on him leaning into content, leaning into Twitch partner and all that. Like, it really is the beginning of a new era. And someday when I'm not, like, the daddy of the community, like, he will be, maybe, and I'll be, like, the fucking grandfather, helping a lot of different speedruns, not just SpongeBob. That's kind of what I see going forward, and who knows how things are gonna play out, but yeah, there'll be more runners. Star is the first of many, and now that old shift has stepped aside, you know, there are going to be a lot of other storylines that are going to emerge in this game, and I'm excited for it. I just wanted my 10 years, man. I've been telling myself for a long time, like, I'd be happy with 10 years. And after pause storage, like, that was the last thing that I had left, was like, let's just go 10 years. After that, we'll evaluate. And yeah, here we are. And, you know, my relationship with Rumi, we've been together for like a bit over half a year now. But things are moving fast, and we want to take things more seriously, so that's part of it. Yup, yeah. So his videos exposing Idiac and the other weirdos, like that's like training him how to like build a channel Well, he was also fucking making like rage edits on me when he was like 13 years old or something. It's really funny that like that was his experience. Like that was his resume going into this, and he completely turned himself around. Has anyone had a reign of dominance as long as shifts in speedrunning? I'll let the historians decide that. I don't even know like the final stats. Like I improved the record by over 26 minutes from when I got it from Fuff. And I think how many consecutive records did I get? You know, if you're talking about just any percent, the number might be over 200. Like, from beating the game as fast as possible, like, including pause storage, it might even be over 200, man. As far as the Xbox run itself, though, probably like 150 to 160 in a row, something like that. Small improvement. The game was always on the cutting edge for those 10 years. There was never a point where it was easy. So, quite a fucking run. If you view me as a competitor, I suppose. I've always viewed myself as more of a champion of the game. But I do think that part of advocating for the game is expressing it through your actual gameplay, not just being a talking head. Which now I am, because I'm fucking washed and old and crippled. But, you know, maybe when I don't have things dragging me in new directions of life, and that's all sorted out, and physically I can, you know, heal myself, and mentally I can heal myself. Yeah. Maybe we can make another run someday. I'm just happy with my 10-year run. I think that's a record in and of itself that will never be beaten. You know? I think it's really cool. As far as competing goes, I'm very happy with that. And now somebody else can get a 39, right? At the end of the day, Star wanted it more than me. If pause storage never happened, I can't really say how things could have gone. Maybe I would have pushed for it, like, all the way through. You know? Maybe I would have hurt myself, like, put the final blow on my hands from doing that, right? Anything could have happened, but the way things happened are the way things should have happened. Because if the same guy who got the Xbox 59, the Xbox 49, and the Xbox 39, like, the game wouldn't even be interesting anymore. Any percent to me was always pushing the game as low as possible.
Congratulations, you won.
Pause storage kind of broke my brain. Thank you. It's not updating my shit. But the fact that I got to push the game... Thank you, Mustache. Yeah, the fact that I got to push the game as far as I did, and somebody else gets to have their own branch to continue doing it, I think that's really cool. It's a unique way for the whole shift story to end. And like an era for a one player lasting for 10 years uncontested is actually unheard of for sure. And I really appreciate that Star called it legendary. I really respect him a lot, and he respects me a lot. That's a really good start to a long and fruitful business partnership with somebody who's very mature and smart for his age. It's just interesting because I never pictured it this way, where like it would take 10 years for it to finally happen, you know? Like there were a few players at points where I was like, maybe. But they never they never really got to that point. And I thought like I'd be like on stream hanging out with them and playing games with them to try and get, he's 17 years old, trying to get people to like meet the new players and runners and stuff, but it's like I can't like hang out with a 17-year-old on my stream, you know? So it's really weird. Like my reign was so long that like it's a completely, like the kid's like fucking like almost half my age, you know? It's so crazy. Really is crazy. Most of the top runners are like 5+ years younger than me. Don't force him to do that. Like, he can do it when he wants, man. I didn't even use Facecam until I got 59. And even then I was a little bit before that occasionally, but Face cam for runs was after 57, or after the front page. The front page week, because, you know, I knew that I had to start using it. Like, I knew that I had to start, like taking streaming seriously when that was happening. I couldn't just be a speedrunner. Like, I was planning on only using Facecam during the front page to get people to know me better, but it just felt weird going back after that. So the 57 was actually the first world record with a Facecam, I think. Or at least it was, like, the first minute break. The first time you got to see my reaction. And you got to see my reaction with fucking hitting a task strat, just going for it randomly in a run. That's why speedrunning is not as interesting now. Because everything's just so refined. Like, you couldn't just, like, do a task strat. You can't just do a task strat off the cuff now, because, like, everything's just so researched now. Everything is so refined in practice. But back then, like doing a frame perfect glitch where nobody, like, knows how it works and you just do it based off of feel. We didn't even know if it was frame perfect. We just didn't even know anything about it. It was like some magical trick that, like, nobody understood. And just, like, getting that in a run and just popping the fuck off. Hold on. Let's actually watch it. Should watch that. Just watching stuff today. Yeah. I guess that we should show this. Because I was getting a lot of paces at this time. Like, 57 was going to happen inevitably soon. But the way that it happened is what made this legendary, right? So this is back when we actually, well, jellyfish fields will be done again. Another reason why 58 is possible and should be pursued. But yeah, there was a drop. Like, again, this is the reason why this fucking Hall effect shit and, like, the digital pads is such an important development in this game's history. Like, literally, I didn't even realize this until now. Literally, a dropped input killed this. Like, if it weren't for that dropped input, the history of this game would be very, very different if it weren't for that dropped input. You literally hear it through the microphone. And look at how calm I am. I don't even react to this shit. Like, I just don't care. You know? This is before I felt like the game was, yeah, but not nearly as many dropped inputs, though. Not nearly as many. The game still drops inputs, but it's not nearly as many. Like, back then, like, everything just felt fucking random, dude. Like, this is back before I felt like the game was an obligation to play. I was still having fun playing, so, you know. Like, I'm annoyed by it, but it wasn't, like, fucking causing depression or anything like that. But yeah, that's a +9 run. And, at this point, like, best possible time here is at 58. How many years was I speedrunning at this point? A little over a year. I was already partnered, I'd already been on GDQ, you know, like, it really happened very quickly. But yeah, if you look at my face here, you would never have seen this if it had been, like, the front page got me to use my webcam, but, like, you can see, like, I'm thinking about going for it. And then, you had shinies back then. The movement is so bad, but, like, you know, for the time, like, Battle for Bikini Bottom and speedruns were state-of-the-art regardless. Everybody's movement was bad in every game. And then he gets it. But yeah, you never would have seen this in a run before that.
Oh, I'm quick.
Yeah, and then the best possible time goes all the way down to a 57:48. So with a perfect graveyard, like, this is
Holy shit.
doable, you know? To secure it, because there was a strat back in the day that was just complete RNG in the brain. Like, the brain was just like, either you get the 50-50 and you save 2 seconds, or you lose 2 seconds, so.
I'm fucking shaking.
Or rather, you wouldn't lose 2 seconds, and sometimes you would. So to secure it, to make it, like, actually, like it required, like, you can't miss cruise boosts, you have to have good movement. You know, so, you just see if it happens, you know. That was before we had the tech where you can hold down the A button. Run almost ended right there when I almost grabbed the ledge.
They are tingling.
Yeah, you couldn't like jump up to the platform like that back then.
What the fuck was that? That fucking worked.
You guys don't even know what this level looks like without a UCB, probably. There are 2 moments where this run almost ended. Like there. It almost fucking ended. Dodging the chuck missile.
Don't go in the box, okay.
Yeah, I used to be so passionate about doing runs, man. Like, I needed to retire years ago. But I'm glad that I didn't. I'm glad that I stuck it out for what happened recently. Yeah, how old am I here? I think I'm 20 years old. 20? Yeah, I'm 20 years old here, yeah. 20 years old. Still a child. Yeah, 20. Still not even old enough to drink. That was before the doxing era. The followers used to pop up on the screen and people started doxing with account names, so we had to take that off. Same with the top like list of events and stuff, like that was all, you know. Also the fact that I had 800 subs, like dude, it's crazy that like speedrunning, when I was still speedrunning a month ago, my sub count was like 100 plus lower than that. And now like we're automatically back to like 1100 just actually focusing on streaming again. Such a different world. Different internet. We were still unlocking emotes because, you know, like I'd never been over 1,000 subs at this point before. What made me lose that passion? A lot of things, but the final blow was my hands being hurt. Like just playing in pain is just not. Yeah. Also just like knowing that I served my purpose, that like someone could continue it, and that what I did wasn't in vain. Like that's all I wanted, really. To make a lasting impact, and I couldn't do that without a successor. Like I needed somebody to take it over. It's unusual that that's a concern in speedrunning, because most of the time people get burned out, take breaks, they stop improving, hit walls. I never hit a wall until like the first wall that I hit was like 2025 because of like my hands being fucked up, and I guess like getting older is part of that too. But I didn't hit any improvement walls that lasted for any significant amount of time, like ever in my time playing. Like usually those things take care of themselves, especially with a game that's this popular, but I just never, nobody ever came close. Nobody ever came close. So it was always a concern. Oh, for sure, dude. I mean, like, I gave the game life, and then got to enjoy the golden age. And then I kept it alive after the golden age. And, you know, like, maybe someday that we'll look on to, like, all this stuff. Like, maybe the game gets so big that, like, we're, like, these 10 years or so, like, we'll consider it, like, a bronze age someday. I think it'd be very hard to say that, considering Rehydrated had, like, thousands and thousands of eyes on it. But yeah, that was a graveyard. Like that, like no cruise boost misses, just very fucking solid gameplay. And at this point, it's possible, you know. I don't remember how the chum bucket strats went at this time, but there was like something in the brain, or like the final fight that was like RNG based, I think. I don't really remember exactly. In retrospect, it was like. Rehydrated is just, like, in retrospect, a capitalization on how big this community got. And that's really all it was. Obviously, SpongeBob is a huge IP, and, you know, a lot of games were getting remade at the time, but the fact that they chose this one was because of this community. Okay, so strats are still relatively similar to what I remember. Yeah, and then, okay, so he knows that he got it. He's not gonna lose time here. This like little jump to the side. Thanks for the 91 months, Kyle. Thank you, man. You probably remember watching this run live. This little jump to the side here was just superstition that it impacted RNG. This little like weird jump to the side, like just
unlucky.
Thinking that like that made a difference, you know. But yeah, like we knew that it was gonna happen. Like you lose 2 seconds to that, and it's a 57-59. And the crazy thing is too, maybe I was in the Krusty Krab when we talked about this. Was I? Maybe it was somewhere in this VOD, but I do know that at some point during this VOD, we talked about Chris. Now, one of his movie speedrun streams. I wasn't the only person who remembered this, by the way, because this is before the movie community and the BFB community branched off. We'll talk about that in the doc. But Chris said during one of his runs, like, just like fantasy is shit, right? He's like, Shift is just going to have a dead run. He's going to go for fast nut when it's off pace, and he's going to barely clutch it with a 59. Like, it's like literally fairy tale shit. And that's how it happened. That's like actually how it happened. And because I didn't have money at the time, I set a bounty of $50 to anybody who found the clip of Chris saying that. And I searched too, but nobody could find it. We just know that it happened, and that's all we know. Is that Chris prophesized this run. Also, for the record, like, I kind of knew, like, deep down, like, the only way that anybody would ever beat my record someday is if it was like a prodigy kid with a shit ton of time to play, was smart enough to, like, have a sense for the game. Like, I knew the only person who could ever take me down was somebody like Star. Just I didn't realize it until recently, like, oh, it's him, you know? Like, there's a lot of weird shit with this game where, like, people just know what's gonna happen next, but, like, it doesn't feel like it's real until it happens, you know? Yeah, exactly, yeah. These, like, magical runs that just, like... And that'll go down as my final minute barrier in a category. Is that run. Crazy, man. I'm glad that I was able to, like... That was the call, dude. Like, if I went straight back to doing Xbox any % after doing the slot, I probably would have just retired, honestly, without even going back to 100. The 100 runs allowed me to, like, not push my hands past the breaking point and still, like, be decent enough to get records over a 3-year-old time, right? Without having to practice all day and fuck myself up. So, yeah, that's, good stuff, man. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like, Willy Wonka's finally leaving the factory. I don't know, you can just tell. This is before all the drama, before all the controversies, before all the detractors, like... I don't know. This is back when it was a normal speedrunning community. You know? But it's not too late. There's plenty of time now that we're focused on it. I mean, I just really miss these days, you know? Good times. What else should we watch? Anything else we should watch? I mean, another example, of course, is like literally Jared saying today is the day on GDQ, and then it fucking was. Like, I'm telling you, like, it's not even me, man. It's not Cole. It's not myself. Not to forget Fuff. It's not Star. It's like, it's just the game just has this will. And it's like a fairy godmother, right? Like, the game came to me at a time in my life when I needed it. And I wrote it for 10 years, and now it's somebody else's turn, you know? It's fucking crazy. Will there ever be an era in this game where the world record actually has real competition? It's always just going to be somebody who's just like, who has the soul of the Bob, you know? It's always been some unbeatable person. Every time. I want to hear your reaction to some of the things that you said in the 5350. What, how I sacrificed my entire early adult life to grow the stream and keep the game alive. And then Rehydrated happened, and it felt good knowing that. Well, at that point we didn't know that Rehydrated was going to happen, but yeah. We kind of knew. A lot of this game is like, you kind of know something is going to happen, and then it happens. If Star came around 5 years earlier, that would have been really fucking interesting, but he was also like, you know, 12 years old 5 years ago. It's like, none of this would have happened if it didn't happen the way that it did. Like, I'll probably be known as the OG. I'll probably be known as, like, maybe I'll be known as the GOAT. Who knows? Only time will tell. But, like, it's crazy that, like, Cole was the last guy until me, and now I'm the last guy. So it's up to people like me to, like, tell the stories of how good Cole was, right? And it's going to be up to Star to tell stories of how good I was, and hopefully if Star plays his cards right, and I help him, and, you know, give him the coverage that I wish people gave to me when I was doing all this stuff, right? Like, somebody will carry Star's legacy someday, because he's really young. And time moves fast, man, especially for us. We're all getting older. The next 10 years will go by faster than the previous 10. Before you know it, Star will be sitting here talking about this shit just like I am now. Well, that's the thing, Super Nude, is that, like, now that I'm focusing on the journalism stuff, is like I can actually get people into this and hopefully get good enough to at least make the top 10 more interesting in the short term. Because, like, Star's outlook on the game is a lot different than mine. For me, like, I got into this game when there were only 17 people playing the game. I think I was the 17th person on the leaderboards before we added back the runs from the spreadsheets that we uncovered later. The game to me has always been a small game. And I've always viewed my perspective, like, my perspective on the game has always been like, it's us versus the rest of the world, right? Star got into the game after it had already reached its peak, like, at the height of it. He got into it, like, during that, like, Rehydrated burnout era when, like, everybody had stopped playing. It's kind of like how Mango got into Melee when Brawl was out. Like, after people were, like, taking a break from Melee. In that, like, era where it's like, the best days were already behind us. Like, Star's perspective on the game is so much different than somebody who's been playing since it was literally a speck of dust, right? And I think it's healthy to have somebody who views the game as like a legacy and a dynasty as opposed to their own personal project. Because my personal project lasted for 10 years. To, like, an oppressive degree almost, where, like, it was just my story. And I was kind of worried that that was how it would end up being. Is like, it just ended up being my story. And, like, a stepping stone in my career as a streamer or a human being or whatnot. But, as it turns out, it's more than that. I was kind of worried about that after, you know, the GDQ run, that, like, it's just, like, going to be a fun fact in my career at some point that I ran the game at some point. But now, like, it'll be both that and its own thing as well. Well, thank you, Joseph. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that people are happy with it, you know. Well, again, man, like, nobody should be expected to do the shit that I did. That's why we're taking matters into our own hands, though. Exactly, Newt. Like, people are always going to... I'll just put this up. People are always going to run this game. There will always be somebody who eventually plays it, but it'd be naive to think that it's going to be the way things were over the last 10 years. You know? Even with the classic categories, even with a new record holder who's 17, with new hardware that can push the game further than ever before, right? It's naive to think that, like, these old games we played forever. And, yeah, when Project Z comes out, I'm essentially obligated to speedrun it. So, you will see Shift return someday. Will I be as good as I was in my 20s? At the age of, like, 31 or something? With kids? I don't know. Probably not. But that doesn't really matter. It just matters that people enjoy watching. That's what I'm here for at this point. Yeah, Project Z. More information on that in the future for sure. It's just crazy how many storylines happen in this game's history, right? Like, it's just fucking
$25.
let me just get to like the YouTube page for this.
$25 from Bubba, who says, been watching Shift's runs for a few years. He's one of the hardest working people I've ever seen. Glad you can show off your skills at GDQ.
Thank you, man. We're gonna be doing runs right after this one, actually.
Yeah.
And rarely seen.
It's just fucking crazy to me that, like, in a game where, yeah, it's a nod to Project M, yeah, and the SpongeBob movie. Yep, exactly. Project we started many years ago, but we never ended up working on for a variety of reasons. But, it's crazy that, like, in a lot of games, like these storylines all occur. Like, we just watched the Luigi's Mansion documentary, right? Over the course of, like, 10 plus years of competition. Like, these documentaries are, like, you know, actually I should pull up another one. There's that run. Right. And there's this one.
Thank you. Going
Like,
for that at the moment.
It's just fucking crazy that, like, all of these moments, it's the same person. Like, even if it doesn't look like the same person, it's the same human for these 10 years with these, like, different storylines. There's, like, a different person, like, throughout the whole thing. And all these different eras. It's really interesting. Like, you wouldn't know that this person and that person are the same person just by looking at it. It's unique. 5 years ago? 4.5. Yeah. This run is, coming on 7 years, actually. Yeah, wild. That is, quite the fucking story. It's interesting because it's, like, people saying that, like, a game not having competition at the top makes it not interesting. I think the fact that, like, competition was shut out for 10 straight years for a game that got this popular is interesting in its very own way. It makes it more interesting. Because every fucking game has similar stories of, like, rivalries and stuff, but this one doesn't. Not like that, you know. It was always just, like, get the game up and running and earn its respect alongside other speedruns. And, yeah, I think that we've done that. The fact that there's a 17-year-old who's inspired to get this good proves that, in my opinion. That it wasn't just like a shift stream activity, like I feared at points in my time playing that it had just become that, or maybe it always was that, you know. It's really interesting. There are a lot of games that, like, there's no legacy after the streamer stops playing. And, like, what does it really mean after that? Was it just content? Like, what does this all mean? Hello, YouTube. Fucking 2019, people were saying that shit. Man. This is the voice of a veteran. And this was 7 years ago. Being called the veteran 3 years into your speedrunning career is crazy, though. It's a little early, don't you think? I totally agree with that. Like, the unbeatable runner slowly fucking ran himself into the dirt from giving it everything he had. And eventually his successor took over. Not even a day after the formal announcement that he was finished. And so, the game continues to stay interesting and never skip a beat forever. It's BFB forever, bros. Anyway, it's 2 in the morning. I don't know what you guys want to do. We keep watching videos, I guess. I'm open to doing that. Feels like it's not much of a game playing. Yeah, it's because I wrote it in the Bible. That's actually true. We should watch that. Fucking. So, this is a clip that we didn't even know still exists. Because this happened in September of 2017. This is my first time in California. Yeah, like, this is like a day trip. Somebody had it on their hard drive. And he only found it because the news of me losing the record and retiring and all that, like, yeah, whatever order people thought it was in based on whether you get your information from live stream fails or not. Like, somebody had it on their hard drive. So this is the fucking infamous clip that nobody could find. And it's finally here.
There you go. This is the Holy Bible.
This is the moment when he wrote a pact with God into the Holy Bible that the game would live forever. And so he was forced to play for 10 years until his successor could take over. That was the moment that it was decided that it was BFBB forever, bros. And to make matters even crazier, it was posted on the day that I officially, like, you know, like, it was the day after Star got the record. I posted a video telling my audience, like, he's the successor. And at that moment, the torch was passed, and 1 hour later, the Bible clip resurfaces. Oh yeah, the pumpkin pie sub goal, yeah, that's something. That's a chapter in this game's history. That pumpkin pie incident is actually like a catalyst to a lot of the shit that happened in this community, because there was a brief clip that showed the outside of my house's windows, and the kid who ran this game, Keys, he used that clip to match up my house with Google Earth, and that's how he found out where I live. So really, that pumpkin pie was like the true moment of wrath and hubris that caused the descent into madness of the SpongeBob community. Because the whole point of the pumpkin pie was to make fun of Nice 800 for having a pumpkin pie haircut. And karma bit my fucking ass. But then, you know, of course, like, if it weren't for the detractors in the community becoming a fucking pigsty, that wouldn't have left room for Star to eventually get groomed into it when he was like 13, and then eventually come out of it and like redeem himself and all that. The documentary is gonna go fucking crazy, honestly. The pumpkin pie was where it all started. There was a guy who was curious about my personal info like before that, but it wasn't like a group. The real detractor group, the original sin, no pun intended, was a group of viewers who watched Sin, and they were mad because Sin was kicked out of the community for touching kids. That was a big part of it. But yeah, the pumpkin pie was like the Big Bang. Nah, Wertweekle was like a social level below that. Wertweekle was like even lower social status than Gamden and Keys and all those people. Do I still have the Sin 5 guys? Jared has it, actually. He would have it if he has it. I gave it to Jared, and he I think he pinned it up on his wall at some point. Edna is just like, Edna was like fucking like 12 years old when this clip happened, man. They, like, it's always just another person, right? I do think that now that like I'm actually able to like post videos and like focus solely on like talking about the run, and Star is somebody who's on my side and he's very smart, he's very motivated to play. Like I think that like the detractors are like their days are numbered now. Like it really is a biblical moment for this game, that like everything that's happened up until this point has converged at this one point. And that one point, you know, like of Star getting the record is like the central point of all this crazy shit coming to a close, and like truly a new era can begin. It's literally biblical. This fucking dumbass writing in the Holy Bible. This is the face of a man who has no idea what he's about to get into. This is why I don't even think that life is real, dude. This is all just a fucking play, and we're just actors. But yeah, the idiotic propaganda is just like he knows it's over, dude. The crazy fucking image. Yeah, it's just a hotel Bible. It's just the way things happened. Well, who knows where this Bible is now? But I will say, as we discussed earlier, like, how many prophecies have been fulfilled in this community. Someday the Bible will show up again. Someday the physical Bible will be found. Somebody will find it. Yeah, the original clip, like, this clip wasn't, like, legendary until the massive accidental clip deletion in 2023, when I was, you know, depriving myself of sleep for 36 hours at a time to stream a subathon. I thought people expected me to have an even bigger one, so, like, the harder you try, the worse you are, right? That's typical of anything that requires a performance. But yeah, I accidentally deleted all my clips, and the Bible was one of them. I think they cycle them out. I think that they cycle out the Bibles every so many years, and they donate them or destroy them. I don't really know how they dispose of Bibles, but yeah. This was in Ontario, outside the Ontario Convention Center. So if you want to go back there and look for it, you know, be my guest. How do we know it's not AI? This is definitely not AI. I forgot that this was recorded before we actually did the run. I think this was recorded the day that we landed. And then like after midnight passed, like at night, was the infamous clip when I said that the game is more frame perfect than Melee, which is true. It was true then, and it is true now. Because the context of that was that I was playing on a CRT on the stage, and I said to them, this CRT has input delay. I don't think I can do runs on this. And they said like, something to the effect that, like, oh, they play Melee on this CRT. You'll be fine, dude. And, like, this game is fucking harder than Melee. So, I mean, like, we're talking about two different modes of competition, but, like, you know, hitting frame perfects on a laggy CRT. But yeah, no footage survived from that event because the guy, I think Raging Cherry, the hard drives that were for all the recorded stuff, they like fell off the plane. Like his suitcase like fell during like the loading of the plane or something. Like they fucked up and they dropped his suitcase and the footage got destroyed. So there's no full footage of the run at Smash the Record 2017. So that's that. There are surviving clips that we were able to find a while ago, a couple of years ago, but yeah. Yeah, CRTs have like different amounts of lag depending on their size, make, whatever. The Holy Grail is like the 22 or whatever inch like Trinitrons. Those are really nice. I used to be obsessed with CRTs until I discovered the OSSC, and I've never looked back since then. Yeah, exactly. Like, well, it was in the back of the Bible. And, like, yeah, vandalism probably would just... I mean, this fucking idiot wrote in the Holy Bible. Like, I mean, like... it's just so emblematic of, like, young Shift. Just saying and doing stupid things literally every fucking 3 frames. What I do works for me. It's fine. Yeah, this is definitely not an AI recreation. This is the real clip. Yeah, but you can't really erase pencil. There's still, you know, pieces there. It's possible somebody could have torn the page out because it was just in the back of the Bible. I mean, like, the way that the things worked out, like, the way that the Shift era ended, I don't know, there's nothing else like it, and it'd be a disservice if anybody but me covers this stuff, man. This is the way that it has to be. I knew that I would have to retire before these history videos are made. Like, I always knew that was the case. When you're in the zone, when you're pushing it, you're not thinking about it, and you're telling yourself you're going to play forever. But I knew that it was coming soon. I knew that the time was soon. I knew it was almost time. It's a full remake, yeah. It's going to cover everything from the creation of SpongeBob the show all the way up to... Well, I guess we'll see. Because for the first time, I don't know what's going to happen next. But it's certainly going to cover everything that I've done, because it's told from my perspective, and that's like part of the novelty is that you get to hear the perspective of somebody who did it all, you know. Yeah, except, you know, it could also be satisfying that it hasn't happened yet either, right? And then people will have something to look forward to. I think that this is satisfying enough, you know? You know, when I got sub 40, I felt very inspired to make it. When I got sub 44, like the 43, I felt very inspired. And then UCBs happened, so I decided not to. I decided to wait. And I'm glad I did, because if I didn't, then, really fucking interesting era, despite being a silver era objectively, like, really fucking interesting. Like, the Bronze Age, I would say. LeBron James ended in, like, 2016. Like, the real golden era was, like, 2017 to 2022, I think. And there's, like, the past 4 years have just been kind of a silver era of the game. Still significant and interesting, but not as significant as the golden era. Like, there had to be an end, you know? It's crazy how I already was playing for 7 years until the point when UCBs were found. That's crazy. 7 full years of fucking grinding that shit. What was that, like 15,000 hours at that point already? Crazy. I already had so much fucking baggage by then, physically and mentally, and then I had to fucking do UCBs after that. Someday people will know, dude. Someday they'll get it. They'll know. It can't be appreciated unless it was ended, because the run was going until, you know, exactly 10 years and 10 days. And now it's finally over. I'm just looking at, like, other videos. It's crazy, like, these lights, camera, pants runs have so many fucking views. Worth mentioning in the docs as well that my joke runs of other SpongeBob games got a lot of people into BFBB over the years. I didn't realize that until relatively recent, though. My favorite version of the route. Excuse me. My favorite version of the route, all things considered, was probably the original needleless route. The original needleless route was the last real... I'll just pull up the run. That was also the first route that you contributed a major strat to as well, with Larry's slide skip. I'll just leave it muted and let it run in the background, but... like... the original needleless route was the last run where, like, real skips were, like, really found, if that makes sense. Like, this run was, like, yeah, there was, like, SBA, but, like, the only thing after that was really swingerless to, like, skip a spatula that wasn't already skippable. This was the last run where it was only possible to cut out the spatulas that were cut out because of things like GCC, like being able to get that spatula in the cage without, like being able to skip something, and then, like, you know, I guess, like, lag clips after this, like being able to skip Drain the Lake was part of it too, but, like, this feels like the real, like, yeah, this really does feel like the last, like OG route where, like, there was still mystery, you know? Like, with lag clips, it was no surprise that, like, we were clipping through, like, Drain the Lake and, like, all the replacements for the hard strats that were using this route. There was no surprise after that. Also, 1,600 fucking subs, bro. Also, our money was worth a lot more back then, too. I was living large at the ripe age of 22. Fucking SpongeBob as a career. It's like, it's so crazy, man. But yeah, this is the last route that demonstrated, like, the game just felt so clean at this point. Like, really fucking solid route. Really solid route. When it was still surprising, fucking SpongeBob as a career, yeah. And at some point, SpongeBob started fucking me. Yeah, this is the last route where it was, like, shocking when the new skip was found. After that, it was kind of just like, oh, okay. Well, of course that's possible, right? You know? This is the last one when it was, like, hype. As far as, my favorite story, though, it's gotta still be the 43. So yeah, 10 minutes later. Do you miss this? Yeah, like, I talked about this a little bit. It's like, when I think about, like every day I wake up, because, like, now it's over, right? Now I'm reflecting on it. I wake up like, man, I wish I just want to fucking play again. But then I realize, like, it's not the same as it was, you know? It's not the same, like this, like, all of this, like, when I think about playing the game, I'm thinking about this. Like, this is what I miss. And, like, this isn't the same person anymore, you know? It's not the same person. If I could do this again, like, I just wish that I enjoyed it more. And I realized that, like, after it was already too late, though. Like, after 2022, like, during Movie Madness, I'm like, I realized before then, like, you know, I really should have let myself enjoy it more and, like, live in the moment. And, like, that's, I think, what made Movie Madness so successful, is that I was really living in the moment during Movie Madness and enjoying things as they were happening and not just thinking about what's the next thing, what's the next thing, what's the next thing, you know? Yeah, Needleless feels like... yeah, exactly. Everything always felt like it was the final stage, you know? Bro got mogged and quit SpongeBob. Yeah, I don't think that Star would agree with that. I don't think that anybody who actually follows the game would agree with it. But low tier shift. Guess what, bud? Even Kiwi Farms know that you're fucking cooked, bro. There's nothing you could possibly do to spin this anyway anymore because you are an unintelligent slug. And it's sad that you managed to get this long, to go this far with this grift before I could actually fucking get my word in and actually make videos to comment on what's actually going on in this community. I mean, you've essentially like existed in a void, dude. The only reason why you made it this far is because you grift in a void where nobody was interested in the game. So, I mean, it's just going to be the same thing as Shift Videos Twitter, right? You're just going to fade and you'll just be another person who tried to take Shift down. Is there more where that came from? That's harsh to slugs. I mean, like, he's just another person, right? Like, during this era that we're watching right now, like, there was another person who was just like him. And eventually, Rehydrated got announced, Sub 50 happened, like, all these things, like, when people are actually paying attention to the game, these slugs who feast on a corpse, they can't do anything anymore. Like, they don't have the, you know? They only have a signal in a void where there's nobody paying attention. Yo, what up, man? How's it going? Excited to work with you on the next project, by the way. They can only get attention when nobody's paying attention. When it's just the hardcores who are focused. Because that, like, even like my Twitter and my YouTube, they're all just like right back, right? We are so back. Like, nobody fucking cares about what these assholes have to say when the game is relevant, you know? Like, it's just a matter of time. They're gonna try so hard to spin this because they think that, like, they think that I'm upset or for some fucking reason that, like, I don't think I've demonstrated any capacity that I'm upset about how things went. This is the only way things could have gone. You know, they project their own insecurities by even saying stuff like that. Because if I wanted to retire on top, even a year ago I was 2 minutes ahead of second place. And I was already deteriorating far past the point where I should have still been playing. That would have been the perfect time to retire. I just wasn't sure if it was going to happen. Like, if I retired then, like who knows? Like I guess now we know, like, Star probably would have eventually caught up. But, like, there was no knowing at the time. Because there were so many fucking times throughout history where there was somebody who, like, maybe they could do it, and they just don't. So, we had to be sure, and now we know. Like, we are sure. But, let's be honest, man. Like, this year especially, like, it was over. Like, I just was not playing the game the way that I was in the past. I was saying throughout the 100% runs, like, I just don't feel like the last time I did this, it was just so much easier for me. Like, I don't even think that these games are harder now. Like, these tricks aren't even harder now. Like, I just feel like I'm not as good anymore. I'm not as, like, in love with playing. Still love the game, but, like, me playing is just not essential to the game living anymore. And that was always my main motivation to play, is, like... Also, wow, it's so weird seeing a warp after that. Many second place runners over the years, like... It was like, you know, if they keep improving, maybe, but, you know, nobody thought it was possible until now. People were questioning whether Star could do it all the way up until the point when he did. Because so many had come, you know, not close, but, like, back then, well, why did we not get the sock? The overlap wasn't found yet. The overlap for the cutscene and the spatula wasn't found at this point. Nobody had ever come close, but, like, it was the kind of game where if somebody got, like, a minute off of record, everybody was talking about it and said that Shift was soon to be dethroned because they got a minute off. I don't know about any other game like that, man. That's fucking different, dude. It's such an interesting video game. crazy looking at how bad this movement is, like, but for the time it was state of the art though. Very nice, man. I'm really excited about that. Very old layout for 54 being the record. Yeah, the different like shades of purple, yeah. It wasn't until 2021 when I really started to like go with the more like less saturated like metallic purple. Would I do it again? Would I do this again? Like speedrunning? I don't think I'm needed as a runner anymore. I think that I'm much more needed. Like, I think that the fate of the speedrunning community for this game is, you know, it's me being a, like, doing what I'm doing now as, like, a figurehead, like, full figurehead, is far more essential than me playing at this point. What's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life? Are you asking like what the most impressive feat I've ever done is? I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of things you could say for that. There's no single thing. It's a joke, I know, but like I'm just like playing along, you know. In your 10 years of speedrunning, if there's one thing you could change and go back to do, what would it be? I don't think anything really. I'm just happy with the way things went. Maybe I wish I would have like enjoyed it in the moment more at times. I don't know. I feel like I did everything exactly the way that I had to do it for things to keep going, and that was the only goal that I had getting into it. I never even wanted to get a record when I first started playing. I just wanted to, you know, like get the game appreciation. I always try to hold on to that. There are definitely points at my time when having the world record was really important to me, but, you know, that was never what it was about, at the start at least. Especially toward the end, you know. I mean, this just became an obligation at some point. At some point it became like, it's up to you to keep this shit going and nobody else is ever going to come close, you know. In the community, I feel like, I've thought at times like it would have been good if I had disciplined people better. Or been more open and defended myself more, but, you know. I think that it all just unfolded the way it did to teach me these lessons so I could become the person I am now, you know. Also, the reason why we don't get that sock there is because later in the run, we would go over the castle a second time, and then we'd get the sock over the second time. I'm retired, man. I played for 10 years. I put 25,000 hours in over the course of 10 years. That's like 7 to 8 hours a day, every single day for 10 years on average. At some point, you gotta just accept when it's over. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip Sandy. I don't wanna watch Sandy. It's not a perfect game. Crazy how it took me until pause storage to realize that. Speedrunning, it's all just part of a larger picture. And it's easy to forget that my whole goal when I first started was to make it part of that picture. At some point, I wanted the game to be the only picture. Like, I really thought that the game was, like, the only speedrun you needed, right? Yeah, like, you just get old, you know? Like, it's crazy, like, I don't know, like ever since I turned 27, I've started to really notice a lot of stuff. Like I started noticing physical stuff when I was 24. Like I wasn't invincible at that point. I couldn't just do whatever the fuck I wanted to my body and still play perfectly every day. But I really started to notice things at like 27. Like, okay, like I'm in my late 20s now, you know, like it's not the same. And like what really made me consider retirement for the first time was not just pause stores, but also like doing 100% again. I'm like, why am I even doing this? Like, I obviously don't care about 39 on Xbox anymore. And like, comparing how I was playing to 3 years ago, I'm like, I know that I was better at this game 3 years ago. Like, I know I was better 3 years ago. Like, how is this possible, you know? Like, I'm more consistent now because of just the hours put in, but like, the speed just is not there like it used to be. I don't know. Like, it's just weird, man. It's like, you kind of just realize it's time. The last thing I was waiting for was just like knowing that the legacy would be carried. Also, crazy thing is that like the 43 run, not the 53 run, the 43 run, that was the last time, that was the last route that was displayed in GQ. Most recent. And it's also like right before we learned that jumping around, like jumping to turn is slow. Like, it's crazy how that's even maybe even like an OG run now. Yeah, Father Time is undefeated. Like, it is what it is, man. I think that the amount of stress that I put on myself physically and mentally doing this has aged me far past like what the average 29-year-old would be at this point, man. That's also part of it too. Like it can't be understated how much stress I put on myself, man. Ping Pong, thank you for the prime, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I can only have the Tyson legacy if I lose my record to staging a fight with an influencer like 10 or 15 years from now. Only then. I pushed myself very far despite being very sad about where this community had gone over the past 6 years. Like, I really wanted to stop for a while deep down, but you can never like have that side of yourself take over. There are two selves that are, you know, there are two different selves that are involved with pushing yourself through something like that. It's been in the same spot for the last 9.5 years, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, moving was never feasible with everything that was going on. And I had no reason to, because like, you know, I work remote, things work. But, you know, now that, you know, Rumi and I are starting to like get more serious, and the speed running is like, now I can just lean more into like YouTube stuff and not have to stream every single day, especially because I'm not practicing things. Like it leaves me opportunity to get things set up for myself, which I really needed that, you know. I was never going to retire over something like that, but it is nice convenience. Being young and having autism or savant syndrome, basically, yeah. Unfortunately, I had neither of those. This is just like sheer passion, you know. Unlucky. Nah, I mean, I'm happy with it all. I accomplished so much more than I ever thought I would, or what was possible to accomplish in a speedrun. Also, as far as like the record goes, like, the fact that I held it for exactly 10 years and 10 days is fucking crazy. It's such a fucking interesting game, dude. Like, the non-stop developments, dude. Over 10 years of non-stop shit happening. And then 10 years and 10 days. So fucking crazy, dude. Like, the fact that, like, if I didn't get my wisdom teeth removed, and I managed to, like, improve the record before Fuff took it back from me, like, how many fucking things happened? How many strat developments? How many runners? How many routes? How many, like, weird, like, detours? How many things happened to, like, make it actually last for exactly 10 years and 10 days? How fucking crazy is that? That's how things came out. That's, like, no one will ever forget that. Like, it wasn't, like, almost 10 years. It wasn't, like, 10 years and some change. It wasn't, like, 11 years. It was 10 years and 10 days. Like, entirely different human here we're looking at, watching it, like, playing this game. Literally always a new strat, always implementing strats, never shying away from any strats that were found, you know. So many strats that if they didn't get used when they did, they would have been obsolete a month later. 9 years and 11 days. I predicted 9/11, actually. I just realized this is fucking 3:2 ratio. Come on, bro. If you shaved the hair and facial hair, would you look like that again? No. This is me at the age of 22. I'm almost 30 now. Yes, yeah, Star, like, I think that with the early game consistency, with the piano rolls for the 1 frames, plus, like, the Hall effect stuff going on. That wasn't me being stupid, by the way. That button actually is weird. Like, that almost hit, but, like, yeah. It's necessary, like, how many times the route has evolved. Like, you have to... The game gets too consistent, and then you gotta make it inconsistent, and then it gets too consistent, and then you gotta make it inconsistent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, like, we just watched a documentary where the world record trades hands so many times, and so many different personalities, and so many different looks of these humans, and you get all of that with this, but, like, it's the same person, it's the same organism, it's completely different humans. Could I make my voice sound the same? I actually managed to do that recently. I'm working on a parody song with Bagwell, and I wanted to, like, raise my voice to like match his a little better, to make it, like, stand out a little less. And I do kind of sound like myself when I was this age. It's actually really funny. I didn't notice it until after we were done recording it. It's fun. My canthal tilt has changed. Good or bad? The eyebrows are definitely different. My face has less baby fat. I look way more serious when I was younger. Nah, this is past the Mose era. Mose was fucking washed at this point. 2016, early 2017 was the Mose era with the Mose bit bag. Well, like, I mean, first off, like, I've used and abused my voice a lot over the last 10 years. I'm also older, you know, like, my hormones are different being older and so forth. It's like, the microphone's different.
Hi.
Pre-COVID era Shift was fucking Superman, dude. This kid was like improving every single world record in every category, like week on week. Game was optimized too. He was fucking managing all these projects, editing videos, holding community events that he was fundraising with his other streams. You know, it's like, I was literally fucking doing everything. But yeah, I got burned out after Rehydrate, just like everybody else. We're all partially to blame. I miss everything, man. I miss the wonder of, like, how are we gonna figure this out? Like, how do we skip this before UCBs existed, for example? Even just, like, being able to clip through everything with elbowing and lag clips kind of made things boring for me. Like, the game just felt so big and mysterious during this era. This is the last era where the game still felt like, you know, an uphill battle. Like, versus, like, pause storage, where now the game is, like, completely under our control and we just manipulate everything. Yeah, this is, like, the beginnings of your most productive era. But 2021 was, like, a massive year for you. With, like, revolutionizing strategies and stuff. Yeah, it's, like, it's kind of sad, like... It's sad, but it's also satisfying seeing a game that's this big get broken down over the years to being like pause storage just made me fucking sad, but it was also just like, it's fucking insane how far this game has come. Yeah. No, it just feels like the game is just so, like, it's, like, tiny now. Like, it's just so solved. But it's also not solved. It's just been reduced to such a small game. Like, every area of a level is, like, one platform now because of UCBs. This is before the cutscene skip. Or lack thereof. Delayed cutscene skip. This is one of the greatest strategies ever found in the game. Like, we still do this the same way after 9 years. The Alex manips for this shit. It's so far ahead of its time. How's it going?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, UCB is just the ultimate, you know. Yeah, very long video that, like, tested everything. Yeah, it's on his channel. Rumi, we both gave in and got Taco Bell. Are you proud? She is beyond Taco Bell now. Now all she thinks about is Italian food. She's slowly becoming Italian. She could pass, honestly. I could probably pass for being Middle Eastern. I mean, I'm like tip of the boot Mediterranean. I could probably pass for black, honestly. I get mistaken for Kevin Hart sometimes, actually. My relatives who are more Italian get mistaken for black sometimes. A lot of people thought that I'm like Jewish, actually. Alas, I'm not. Dude, I almost expected him to fucking go down the slide. I'm See, they said that my dad had like a little tiny bit of Asian in him from like DNA tests or something, but I've always thought he was 100% Italian. Yeah, when that strat was found, it was fucking magical. Like, it was like actually unbelievable that you could do that. I've low-key got like fucking Genghis Khan in me. Or some shit. I'm probably related to him. I don't understand why this is the GOAT run when the previous run missed LSS and did more one frames to make up for it. Well, okay. So like I think you could make a feasible argument that this was like the peak of my career. Because like months before this, I literally fucking pulled a Michael Jordan and got 3 world records in a row with 1 day apart, and then 3 more records after that. 6 records in 1 week, ending with both of the first 54s. I literally pulled off the Michael Jordan, and then like at the beginning of 2019, which is when this is recorded, this was actually a run that happened after 2 consecutive days of world records. This is the 3rd consecutive day of getting a world record here, and the first day that I actually implemented the needleless strat where you jump on top of the copper building. I just got it. Just fucking pulled that out of my ass. You could very well argue that this is like the best I was at the game. 2019, like going from this route, like at my peak, and then like 2019, the route being more consistent and a little easier, and like I was really good at lag clips, thankfully. It's like that was like truly like so to speak, like godhood of the game, where like I wasn't even trying and I was just shitting on fucking everybody playing it. Like like 2019 was like really just like the easiest year I've had, and it felt like I was still literally untouchable without even trying. I was making content more than I was even focusing on speedrunning at this point, I think. And I think that part of that was also like I had just finished college, so like now I didn't have that burden on me that kept me like away from like my fucking setup for 12 hours a day. So like things really got crazy after that. But it wasn't until COVID when I could fully realize my potential of like full-time speedrunner streamer, I think. A lot of people think that the first 43 was the greatest run of all time. I mean, like, the first 43 also, there were just so many fucking unique strategies. It wasn't just doing UCBs over and over and over again. There's a lot of unique LCBs and setups, and, like, Bull VMS was in that run. Like, the Fast Nut, Bull VMS, and then there was some other stupid thing. Like, a lot of really... Oh, yeah, the fucking forward-facing box setup for Guppy Mound LCB. All those things together... The Bull VMS, Fast Nut, and forward-facing box LCB, that route saved like 19 seconds. Compared to the alternative, which was like, what was it? Doing like wheel collection and like come back with the cruise bubble, like the smiley route, right? And I was still fucking shitting on everybody, despite, you know, that route being like barely even a time save. You know? Like if I were still in it, if I were still in my prime, I'd be going for that fucking jellyfish route that saves like 10 seconds. Where you do the jellyfish UCBs. That's totally something I'd be doing if I were still, you know, in it, you know. I just hope that it gets done someday. Like Star or somebody else wants to do it at some point. Because it will be done. I think it's really good for the game that somebody was able to beat my run with like extremely similar strats compared to what it was like 9 months ago. Yeah, it's a subcategory under a strat development, I think. But yeah, there's since been like a better strategy for Drain the Lake, where you go straight to the spatula now. So I think it actually saves like 12 or 13 seconds in theory. And there's a downtown rooftops thing too. But yeah, like there are a few times in my career when I've been inspired, you know. inspired to do a documentary, and this is one of them. Yeah, I'll ping you. I think it's like, where is this shit? It's not under main routes. It's like strat discussion. We gotta clean up this Discord. Main RTA routes, BFB general, classic any percent, classic, strat development. Okay, this should probably be up here. This is around the time when Murmulaire CCA was solved, I think. JF2 revisited. Banger fucking name for a thread discussion. How are your hands and fingers actually? Well, I don't feel my nerves burning anymore, so that's good. Yeah, no problem. You don't really know how bad it is until you stop, and then the fight or flight is over. Wow, we weren't drowning into the spatula here. Why is that? Oh, it's because of kids, I think. Yeah, it's because of kids, yeah. And also no hard disk, so there was no reloading. It's a very different game, man. Like, this version of the game is very different than what we're playing now. Yeah, no, like, you don't know until after you're done and you're like, oh. My hands feel like they're really, like, hot. Like, I'm not even doing anything. Yeah, I watched Star's video. Solid reflection. I appreciate that he gave me my flowers for playing, and I gave him his, you know. My frosty bungee boost strap. Where you bowl into the bungee hook? Am I the one who found that? I didn't realize I was the one who found that. I thought that Cole found that. Look at me reading chat while playing. What did I not read? Could the pain and tinges be a vitamin D issue? No. No. I've been down the vitamin road, man. Vitamins are a big part of what saved my career many times. And they allowed me to even get to like the 8-year mark without starting to feel really serious problems. But at the end of the day, I'm slamming my joints into a plastic brick for 10 straight years. It's gonna happen eventually. And it wasn't a sudden thing. It was a very slow, not you know, obvious at first, a very slow thing that progressed over the course of a couple of years, and that's that. You gotta wonder what could have been though, because that 4103 that I got right before this all started happening, like, imagine how much fucking better I could have gotten, you know? But I really didn't improve much. I mean, think about it, right? 4103, almost 9 months later, was barely like 5 seconds better than that. And then a couple of 10-second strats are found, and I improved by 20 more seconds. Like, really, that 4103, like, didn't get improved since 2024, really. All it was new strats being found. It's kind of sad when you think about it. Like, that really was, not my prime, but, like, you know what I'm saying. It's hard to say what that was with so many different eras, right? That was the last run that actually improved on my skill. September 2024. You never know when it's going to happen, dude. You never know which one's going to be your last one. But I'm very content with, like, my last any percent run actually being an any percent run as well. Because that's what it always was about for me, right? Like, speedruns are going to devolve and break down, and, like get like optimized and like new categories split off and stuff. It almost happened during my time playing with SBA. But you know, the fact that like it was always about making the game faster. I was the one who wanted SBA to be merged back to with no SBA. It was always very important to me that I was playing any percent. That was my passion, was any percent. And like, it's great that people want to keep pushing the game, even though it's not any percent anymore. It's essential, actually. But for me personally, it was always about making the game faster. So, I forgot what I was saying with this because I'm tired, but like... Yeah, like... What the fuck was I saying about pause storage? Something like that. Do you feel you're better now than ever? When I was playing, I felt like I was more consistent than ever. I was literally getting every UCB in the game 15 to 20 times in a row. Like, literally, like, unheard of levels of consistency, even on OEM. But, I'm just not fast anymore, and I get tired easily, and my hands hurt a lot. And I have other things that are, like, you know, dragging me in another direction. So... I don't know, like, I feel like early 2023, I was just like, ever since then, it feels like it's been really hard, I don't know why. Like, things piling up. The hands were really just the final blow, in my opinion. COD players mostly stop before 25, yeah. 29 is crazy. For something like this with 25,000 hours. Like, I know that I've aged faster than my actual, like my biological age is, like, higher than my, actual time on Earth for all the fucking stress, physical and mental, that I went through with this shit. If it weren't for my hands, would I have continued? Oh, this is a cool strat. I forgot about that strat. Would I have continued? Maybe. Should I have continued? Questionable. I don't know how good I would have been if it weren't for that. I don't know if, like what would have happened, like, but things happened the way they did. It's a lot of factors, right? If it had only been my hands and nothing else, then I would have just taken a break. But there are a lot of reasons why it's smart. You know? This path is smart. If it had only been like one or two of these things that are going on in my head, you know, it's also just what's best for the game too. Like I said, like, this game, I viewed it as my project. Well, I got into it wanting to be a part of something, and then I viewed it as my project, and then it was this big thing that I was like the poster child of, and then it went back to being my project again. And through all of this, like, it makes you question, like, is this real? Like, was the game ever competitive? Was it ever popular? And, like, all of these, like, questions have been confirmed as of the past month. Like, it's just a massive payoff for all this time I invested into growing this thing to see it reach that point. This game had a lot of really hard and risky strats over the years. It's just a different game. Like, it's just such a different game than it was. Wow, that almost ended it right there. I'm not sure if I would have been able to react to that these days. Because, like, you see how, like, the oil bubble, like, kind of, like, conceals it? Not a lot of time to react to that. The hitbox, like the hitbox is so much bigger than you realize there, by the way. Like, I'm literally like right up to the hitbox, like right here. Like the hitbox is like right there. It's a big fucking hitbox. I'm telling you, man, it gets harder as you get older. I started when I was 19. I started late, dude. Most of my friends started this shit when they were like 14, 15, 16. Jared started speedrunning at the same age that Star started at like 11 years old. It's just a kid's hobby. It's for kids, you know? Speedrunning is for kids. We're here to help them, you know? It's crazy how long it lasted for me, though. They just knew it wasn't time yet. Tricks are for kids. Bars. Interesting how the strategy to go on top of the pole ended up being fast in the end, right? Like going against the wall like that ended up being slow. Yo, yeah, it was really good. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot. Oh, you messaged me. Yeah, I gotta check that in a bit. I might be getting off soon. Yeah, it was really good. The only thing that I thought was like glaring about it is that like Fi-Fi wasn't mentioned, like his influence and so forth, but it's a world record progression video, not really like a documentary about the history of the games community necessarily, so appropriate to leave it out for the scope. Just because it was already an hour and 40 minutes long, right? But yeah, totally fine for what it is, you know. Yeah, for sure. There were some funny moments in it too. If you end up watching the whole thing. Okay, yeah, so it's like you're just focusing on world records, yeah, makes sense. I didn't realize he wasn't much of a no out of bounds guy. But yeah, it was good. I noticed a lot of like inspiration from the ones that I did, and thought it was cool that I got mentioned at the end. I thought that was nice. I appreciated that. I will say, as far as like the 3D modeling goes, is like I feel like 3D stuff is it can age poorly over time. Like with the games, it's understandable because like using a capture card, it's 480p. Like there's some novelty to that, but I think it's really hard to like 3D model things that'll look good 10 plus years from now. That's the only like real like nitpick that I have, which is why I elect for more like illustrated styles, like hand drawn as opposed to 3D modeling. For the sake of entertainment, like 3D models are really good for explaining things, especially in that context. It doesn't age as well. Like it ages a little better, but yeah, I just hope that like the 3D models and animations age well, like 5 to 10 years from now. Dude, the fucking shock that goes through your body when that shit works. Man. What a legendary run. What's up, man? This is still a 30 sock route, right? Yeah, it is, yeah. I like how we went from 20 socks to 0 socks. We were waiting for the day that we would like cut out like one level from the run, and then we ended up cutting out almost every level from the run. It was just Jellyfish and Goo Lagoon, like the end or something. Yeah, a lot of risks for sure. Like, oh my god, that almost didn't work. Like, it's, nothing ages perfectly, right? Like, even the BFBB documentaries have not aged perfectly. There's charm to that, though, you know? Oh, for sure, I imagine, dude. I was actually considering watching both, but I didn't want to, like, expose people to it, because I know that's, like, more harmful than good. I'll probably watch the other one at some point, just to, like, be able to have that conversation with you guys. How long is it? I could probably watch it, like, I'm not doing anything else, you know? Yeah, neurosurgery was implemented. Yeah, it's shorter, right? Neurosurgery was implemented the month, like, the year before, 2018. Same era, though. drink water. 1640 subs. Shit, we got 1100 subs now. I guess, I mean, I said I'd play movie. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, sure. The fucking horns. MLG sound effects.
Oh.
That clip was always really weird.
Holy
Doing
shit.
that from that side with the cruise boost.
I'm a fucking legend. I'm a fucking legend.
Crazy how that could have been a 53-40.
I'm a fucking legend.
And like, this is a route that like nobody ever thought would be like 2 minutes off of some of best like that. This was like a route like at the beginning of the UCB era when people thought like, oh, you know, within like 3 minutes of some best is good enough for how hard this is, but in a very short amount of time, it was able to be made consistent. That's what I mean is like, if 2018 Shift had been doing the UCB shit, I'll bet that shit would have been made consistent like by the beginning of 2024. It just took me so long, like it just takes so long to like ingrain memory as you get older, I guess. I don't know what the thing is with that, but you know, the game was always really hard. It always had frame perfects. It always had crazy movement. It's just different now, you know? Just a different game. Really cool game. Yeah, I was running on fumes by the end, man. I am optimistic that one day I'll look at my finger and I'll be like, oh, it's gone, you know? The fucking gamer glasses. Every time. I wish you could just see the chat. We didn't have the chat on the screen because of the doxing going on, but like... It's a shame that a lot of these chats are just like gone now. But that chat was so fucking hype when this shit happened. Oh, you don't know about the doxings? Everybody who played the game? Yeah. That'll be covered in the documentary. It's important. It is important. It all ties into everything, even right down to the point when Star gets the world record. Like, it's all just, it's all relevant to the story. Like, this game has such a crazy fucking history, and like, narratively, it just worked out so well. The red tinted glasses? They were red glasses? You mean these? I still have the ones in the video. This one. Yeah. They're just I just got them at Walgreens. like 2017. Oh, the chat's on the screen. Yeah, because I could actually like disable the chat if there was any doxing. We put the chat on after the runs were over. Everybody's begging for the meme runs. It was always so much more than just the game and the times that we got. I'll be wearing them real soon, don't worry. I didn't realize that Ackard was watching me back then. He went on to get some records and rehydrated too. It will be, dude. You guys had a pretty sick storyline with like the quest to beat Ndide, and then he came back and got it again. You know, this game is just crazy. See, like, from my perspective, Nindide like killed the hype because he was not like appreciated. He was seen as like a villain almost because he was outside that friend group that was like essentially running shit. He was so good that he made the game unappealing to play. He was a very straightforward grinder, not much of a stream personality. He just played the game. And I think a lot of people were jealous of him. It suddenly died because Nindide got so fucking good. Everybody had to leave their ego at the door. And I think the Odyssey coming out and Hat in Time, like anticipation, like Bouncy Boy stopping because of his hands and also because, you know, Nindide just like, he probably got tired of being compared to Nindide, you know. I mean, like, Nindide was fucking mogging everybody, dude. So much better than everybody else. Yeah, you're right. People used to make fun of... I used to fucking laugh at Nindide when I was fucking 19 or 20 years old. Because he would get so mad at the game. Like, I thought that could never be me. Now I'm the biggest fucking rager of all time. Or at least I was when I was playing, of course. Oh, he's gonna drink water, guys. Look at the aura. All I had to do was drink water and people would just throw money. Look at him. He didn't even wait for the sub count to get up. Or I guess like that was before it was automatically... Yeah, that was before it was automatically updating, so... We probably got like 100 subs or some shit for that. Who knows? Yeah. 112 by Tobo. So crazy that he got that. Now there would be 111 by Inkstar. Yeah, Guy was a genuinely unlikable person for sure. Like, it's not like me where I'm controversial. Like, Guy was just unlikable.
Congratulations, you won.
Yo, Ink, thank you, man. Oh, thank you, Rosa, for the gift, Ink.
I don't even care that I lost like 6 in the brain.
More than that, but yeah.
But Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, let's go. Like, you're just gonna be... No, I mean, you're never done. You'll be back, but yeah. Putting time into Bob. It's pretty cool. Looking forward to that. Dude, I think you should really, like, try to lean more into streaming. Like, keep the speedruns around. Get more into, like, you know, content creation. Like, we can go far, dude. I mean, like, look at this community we got, right? Like, it's all the same shit. We can help each other out a lot. I think that'd be a lot of fun, too. I like that you stream the Mario Kart sessions.
When I hit my chair, I, like, moved, like, relocated it.
Yeah, dude. Lean into that. We have streamed, yeah. We've streamed Mario Kart together.
It's like somewhere... fuck, where was it? It was like right here. Yeah.
Dude, my fucking obsessive compulsion over stuff. Like, I've gotten better over the years, but like, yeah. Speedrunning helped me with that. Actually, because it teaches you can't be perfect.
Third day in a
you know?
row, PBing.
Yeah, you don't want to watch me play Sunshine.
Around half a minute in 3 days.
Now that's slop.
From 54.18 to 53.50.
That's true slop. the best runners are the runners who don't win races because they go for like it's like the point of speedrunning isn't racing. Like racing and speedrunning are two totally different things. Are you bored? No. No, quite the opposite actually.
422 graveyard.
422 graveyard was considered good, I guess. Now what is it? We're going for 230s now.
3 days in a row, boys.
I used to get such good splits back in the day.
28 seconds.
Even as recent as like 2 years ago.
Do I have to say anything?
Any games I plan to play? Yeah, but I'm not focused on like playing games more than I am like keeping the community together. Meet 1 and Meet 2. That's actually really funny. Yeah, I'm more focused on like community stuff. I miss everything, like, but like that doesn't mean that we have to relive it twice, you know? Like, I mean, like my whole adult life is on the internet. Like, you can just rewatch it. Yeah, I'm working on a video about BFPB right now, like the game and the future of it. And I have to work on a trailer for the subathon. I'm working with a lot of people in this community to make stuff for the subathon. I got a bunch of messages I gotta respond to after this.
Save 35 seconds. I can save like half a minute without the museum 1 frame. Mystic, thank you for the 14 months, man. I missed a lot of shit. Hold on.
It's crazy how many people I see in this chat who are still around. Project Z will be a mod for Rehydrated, yeah. Okay.
$16.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it.
6, thank you for the
Are you
Twitch
sad
Prime.
or something?
16 for the 1653 subs.
I played for 10 years, man.
1653.
You know how long
new
10
emote
years
board.
is? It's like 10
Thank you for
years.
the 1653.
That's like
King Acorn, thank you for the
I've been
Twitch
getting
Prime
that
for 3 months.
here and
Carl,
there
thank
from
you for the
people like,
13-month resub.
why'd you stop? It's
Thank
like,
you for the
I
subs
played
to
for
Index,
10 years.
Sandman, Melbosh,
25,000 hours. Like,
thank you,
like
Action Pack for the 53
it was like,
bits.
why are you still playing? And now it's,
Just
why'd you
Scotty
stop?
Bell.
It's like,
thank you, SB, for the 28. Old Crow,
like,
thank you for the 27.50.
what do people, like, what am I
Toasty,
supposed to
thank you
say?
for the 5 months of Twitch Prime. Murphy, thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you, Zip, for the 530 bits. Death Express for the 53 bits.
It's like, why do you still play this game? And then it's, why do you stop? It's like...
Yeah, thank you for the Twitch Prime, dog.
Yeah.
Thank you, Edgy, for the 50 bits. Thank you, Shiny, for the 500 bits. Thank you, Epic Player, for the 25 bits. Negan, for the 25 bits. Golden Trees, thank you for the 100 bits.
Yeah.
Prettier, thank you for the 50 bits. Hasfar, thank you for the 535.
It wasn't just like 10 years of like, oh, you know, I feel like doing runs. I feel like doing... Like, it was literally a focused effort for 10 straight years with no breaks. 25,000 hours.
We just count Bob's?
Like 7 to 8 hours a day average every single day for 10 years. Like, you know.
I just don't know what to say. Like...
I'm not interested
like
in
40 seconds off
speedrunning
of
anymore,
Human Theory here.
like actually doing speedruns.
Human Theory is 40 seconds off of this shit. 5310 is Human Theory.
Yeah, that's the thing. Evil is like, what makes you legendary is knowing when to stop.
Save like
that's like knowing when it's time is like you really have to be
like 6 to 8 in the brain.
Like that guy to know when it's time to put it down. Like every passing day, I just feel more and more like
I can skip
it was
3x,
perfect, you know.
I mean 4x. If I skipped 4x,
like if I wanted to like,
to be true.
if it were about my ego, I would have renounced it last year probably.
And Zert, thank you for the
like if it were really about retiring on top, but that's just not who Shift is, you know. It was always about keeping the game alive. So I think that like
that was a great run. Dude.
If I put it down after I got sub 41, sub 41,
1 second off of being a great run.
You know,
it was a very good.
It would
run.
kind of just be.
It was almost great. It was very.
It wouldn't have been a Shift ending, you know. And then, of course, like, pause storage got found, and I got sub 40 and sub 30, and, like, we have 2 different categories now, but, like... I know the pause storage became slop, but it really was hype and interesting, and it was a difficult run to figure out when it was new.
I don't know why that
like,
clip didn't
having
work.
to do 1 Tiki SBA on the fucking PS2 controller is, like, crazy. Like, doing it twice in the same run and walking away from it, like... Those runs are really impressive, man. Let's not forget, right? I know that, like, the PS2 runs became slop, but, like, the earliest routes of the PS2 run that, like, eventually got us, you know, like, through the 30s, and then, obviously, like, sub 30 wasn't feasible on PS2 at the time we got on PS3, but, like...
For the 2750.
It was definitely earned, man.
God, man.
It's just a different game. Yeah, pause storage was surreal.
Look at that fucking flat. Oh my god.
I just feel like, you know, it's perfect that the last any percent record for Xbox that I got was the last one before pause storage was found.
It was Goo Lagoon,
and for that matter, I've mentioned this before, but in my entire time playing, because, like, Cole figured out that Xbox 360 was fast, or inadvertently figured it out. Like, they figured it out because of, like, movie or something.
I have to go for the Museum one
in
frame
2015.
Significant time.
I was around when we discovered... I inadvertently figured out that Xbox OG is the fastest console for the game before we knew PS2 is actually the fastest, but... Yeah, PS2 was the slowest until we figured out that pause storage exists. I was the only player who ever achieved an any percent world record on the OG Xbox. There was never another player who ever got the world record when any percent was played on OG Xbox. And we knew that it was the fastest. We thought it was the fastest console for 10 years. Well, 9.5 years. That's crazy. It's specifically the way that memory cards work on the PS2. When you take the memory card out while it's saving, it freezes the game and gives text that can be used to overlap things in the menu. The GameCube version doesn't interrupt you when you pull the memory card out. Like, the text is not interactable. Like, the prompt is, like, interactable when you pull the memory card out on PS2. So it lets you, like, desync the menu and stuff. Yeah, it was for movie, I guess. But yeah, like... The Xbox being the fastest console era was entirely, like, literally not a single person got a record on the OG Xbox version while it was the fastest console for the game. Insane shit. Whip out a slop run right now. Nah, I'm good. I'm fucking good. This is another legendary run here. Not even a year later, he's already the metamorphosis into BFBB Jesus has begun. Also, this run that my cursor's on down here. That's a fucking interesting run. This was after my first hand injury.
You guys know I know ice cream.
I've actually been eating ice cream again. Now that I don't have to worry about, like, playing anymore, I've actually been enjoying life and eating ice cream. Can't deny how much I love ice cream.
Alright,
yeah, a lot. A lot of ice cream.
Give me this fucking shit, come on.
I'm like SpongeBob, man. I really am.
Oh my.
Now, ugly, brother!
3 months, 2 documentaries, 1 remake, and 1 wrist injury. I finally beat this shit.
Yeah. Well, it was the first one. Wow. This was the highest viewership for any world record in the game's history, actually. Fun fact, because, you know, it was like right after Rehydrated was like starting to die down. Like, it was right after I'd stopped playing Rehydrated, so. I think this had like 16 or 1700 live viewers. Within the next 4 days after that, already back down to 400. Like, this run was like truly the end of the Rehydrated era. Because after that, people just got bored. Wait. Right? No. I think I'm thinking of the first 116, not this one. No, I'm definitely thinking of the first 116. Yeah, I've been doing playthroughs of games. I played Luigi's Mansion yesterday. It was out for a month and it was already dying down. Yeah. Yeah. It was. Well, no, it was dying down for... My stream was dying down from the peak of the hype, but people were still actively running the game. The game only started to lose a runner activity once they allowed lag shit, like window dragging macro strategies in August of that same year, I think. That's when Rehydrated started dying down as a speed run. But as a viewership thing, yeah, like it was still hype when I stopped playing. I stopped playing because I just didn't want to play anymore. Like, and I was like totally anti-content pilled at this point. And despite averaging 2,000 viewers every stream, I was just like, I don't want to play this game anymore. I just don't enjoy speedrunning it, which is based, but like, yeah. That definitely hurt the game a lot. Everybody moved on though, like Jay. I know you guys know Jay, the Mario Galaxy record holder. Like, he actually started his speedrunning career, I think, with Rehydrated, or at least his streaming career. So he took his audience and he went over to play Galaxy. That's his little origin story, to an extent. But yeah, Rehydrated was a fucking crazy time. And it was like, I was playing both. I was streaming both games. Like, one stream I would play this for 6 hours and go to Rehydrated for 6 hours. Another stream I'd start with Rehydrated and then this. Like, it was consecutively 12 hours. Like the game that we ended with the previous stream was the start of the next stream. That's how I managed it. But I was doing record attempts of like both games at the same time. I never got an NTG record in Rehydrated. Probably because I was fucking doing the ballroom strat on uncapped FPS with no buffering strats, which is like, you gotta be a pretty psychopathic person to fucking do that. I just like doing strats. I never really cared about like having the record, but like, yeah. I just wanted to show people the game, and I thought that the ballroom strat was really cool, the Kobe dunk. That was the year that Kobe died in the helicopter crash, so we called it like Kobe skip, actually. Yeah, I got a first try in that run, which wasn't even my PB. My actual Rehydrated PB was like a 56 or something. It was record pace, and I fucking died or something, and I raged really hard, so I'm like, I don't really care about this run. I shouldn't upload it because I'm just making the game look bad. And it's not even a record, so I'm not obligated to upload it. So I'll let that 59, the race that I had with Jared, be like the run that people watch. But yeah, I could have gotten a record and Rehydrated if I like wanted to, like really wanted it, you know. I just wanted to like show people the game, and I wanted to get people interested in the OG game. That's the reason why I played it as long as I did. Yeah, I heard about that with Oliver Tree, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't streaming a lot because my hands were injured. I was offline working on the documentaries a lot. That's why they ended up being as good as they were in such a short period of time. Made that video in 1 month. Yeah, the brain down clip freezing me, and I had to like, the back-to-back happened after that, yeah. That was the hardest I've ever raged. That was true rage. Nah, we're not doing enchiladas. You look good today.
Oh, thank you.
Probably because you didn't eat fucking Taco Bell. Guys, don't eat Taco Bell. Makes your face like puffy and like it fucks up your skin. Like that shit's so bad for you, man. She's been off Taco Bell for at least a couple of months now. Would you say you're talented? Or the grind? I mean, like, you can't just be talented alone, dude. You have to be talented and grind to get a world record in this game. You can't just be one or the other. I don't know, man. Go watch my old runs from when I was young and tell me whether I'm talented. Hitting swingerless in 2022. Like... Come on. Who's the fucking GOAT? I guess time will tell, but I think we all know the answer to that question. Alright, that's that. What time is it? 3? Yeah, I gotta get back to work on stuff because I'm a content creator now. Well... It took me 2 months to get my first record from playing, and I learned the game in a week, which was considered impressive at the time when nobody could even figure out how to do the strats Cole was doing. It took Fuff a month to learn, and he had help from people as well. I learned the game on my own in a week, for what that's worth. I got a record in 2 months. By the end of the year, I'd improved that record by 7 minutes. That was in my first 6 months of speedrunning. I improved the record by 7 minutes. I was speedrunning any game, let alone that one, which was considered one of the hardest games. I was partnered within my first 6 months of streaming. I got a GDQ run in my first attempt. A year into my career, I did a task strat off the cuff without even knowing how it works and getting it and clutching a world record in a minute break by 1 second. Pushed the game to the point where we're doing non-stop 1 frames. Like look at what the run looked like in Fuff's. Watch Fuff's final record versus my final record and tell me, you know, it's not even the same fucking game, dude. It's the speed at which I was learning these strategies, implementing them, and getting these runs that push the routes to their absolute limits, right? Obviously, my ability to do that diminished over the years, but I was still able to hold strong despite all the problems I was having. So, I don't know. I will say, though, that I think that, like, my real talent is with creativity. Like, I know that I've done a lot of crazy things with my runs, but, like, the only thing that I have more talent in is, like, marketing and presentation, like charisma, stuff like that. I don't think that that'll ever be replicated, and it's better for me to be focusing on that stuff now as opposed to running, because I'm only getting smarter and I'm, like, physically deteriorating when it comes to the actual gameplay, so better for me to lean into the things that, you know, I'm still exceptional at, you know. I'm still exceptional at BFBB. It's just that I'm not as exceptional as I was years ago. It's just not necessary anymore. It's actually harmful for me to keep playing. Yeah, I'll see you later. We're gonna wrap up now. Appreciate you all. Quite tired. But yeah. I'm gonna raid Zane. I'm trying to raid different people these days. See you soon. Go watch. I think he's the current best player, right? It's either him or Cody. I don't know. I don't keep up. Yeah, thanks everybody. I'll be back tonight. I'll ping you in the Discord server, discord.gg/shift. We're gonna be commentating a Luigi's Mansion LTA. Some of my friends are competing, so we're gonna support them, and then we'll go live after that. So yeah, I'll see you there. Peace out. And happy 4th. Happy America. Happy birthday to the greatest Crunchy in the world.